Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo. Yes. How's everybody doing? Oh, man. So, yeah, that sucked. I tried to start the show and was not able to because had a little bit of a technical error there. Apparently, YouTube was just like, we are not processing any video, so had to restart. Sorry about that, guys, but hope you all are doing well. Welcome to the show today. Yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit of the deep debate recap because, yeah, there's a few things that I definitely want to go through. There were specifically two clips that I was like, you know, I feel like they didn't spend enough time really analyzing what Sam was saying. And, yeah, you know, it was kind of weird where Ethan just kind of declared victory so quickly, but whatever. Good day. Hey, Mitesh, how you doing? Oh yeah, hey, I was only able to catch a few minutes of AG's stream last night. Unfortunately had some situations going on. But yeah, hope everything is good with you. Sorry about that. Key frame rate again. Hold on. There we go. All right. Distracting. Yo. What up? Hope you're doing well. Oh, yeah. AG. Yeah, I caught a little bit of the start of his show. Dude, he really does go for it. Like, right off the bat, he was, like, ranting pretty hard, and then he had to go move his car. I was like, all right, well, that's perfect timing for me to dip. So... if you guys enjoy the stream, definitely check out his. He is hilarious. Was pretty funny covering Trump interview. Oh, really? He covered the... all right. Well, then I will make sure that... I'll put that one on the back burner then. Because I was debating covering the interview, but... honestly, we had more fun here, right? We watched the Ethan Klein, Sam Cedar thing, and I gotta be real, man. That was kind of cool. Mirror Universe Path. Oh no. Oh no, is he gonna get like the evil goatee version where he has to like straighten it out and get more points? God, the Mirror Universe. One of the coolest concepts from Star Trek that they just somehow really screwed up. Oh no shit. Oh cool. Yeah, man, 5 Alarm's awesome. I'm glad that he's part of this community or there. I don't know their pronouns, so I want to be a little careful with that. I've had like Autumn Leaves, I kept calling she for the longest time until somebody just finally corrected me and was like, Autumn Leaves is a man. And I was like, thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, if you're ever in MR chat, Autumn Leaves is indeed a male. So, but no, that's awesome. Cool. I love that community. I really do enjoy his show, man. Like it's kind of weird. Like when you kind of start enjoying smaller YouTuber shows, kind of like my own, eh? No, it's really cool. I've been actively seeking out smaller YouTubers, so, and you guys will be happy to know that I do have some crossover episodes coming up here. So we're gonna be doing some guest appearances on other people's shows, and then we will be having some guests on this show, so I hope you guys are ready for that. I will also be having some in-studio guests. I'm excited for that one. We were thinking about doing it yesterday, but unfortunately, it was one of those situations where logistically it was not going to work out. So, but alrighty, let's. Oh wait, I gotta find my. I can dig. Another day, another dollar, another stream, living the dream. Hell yeah, man. Well, I mean, you guys enable that, so I appreciate that. I hope you guys do realize how much I really do enjoy that. Real quick, I did want to cover this because today was therapy day. And in therapy, we worked on something that is kind of more well-known in the therapy community that I had never really been introduced to, and that was the let them theory. So, hey dude, hey Bep, I'm a dude trying to link your live stream to our Discord. Oh, awesome, appreciate that. If you need a fresh link, then I can send you that. But hey, I really appreciate that, and cool. Thank you for clarifying. Distracting, would that make you? Oh. Is he? Oh no, my arch enemy Salt. Hey, everybody thinks that we live in peace, but little did they know. Little did they know. I told you guys that I went to school and like in 5th grade, like this new kid came in with the last name Salt, and I was like, no, it sucked. He left before middle school, though, so that was kind of nice. I didn't have to deal with that for too long. But that still sucked. 5th and 6th grade were... And the funniest part is, we hated each other. We did not like each other in the slightest. It had nothing to do with our names either, and it was just so funny, because our teachers thought it was funny, where they're just like, we're just going to pair them up. It's like, why? And I do remember at one time, we had like this shared annoyance that we kept getting partnered together, and I did just say it out loud to her where I'm like, you get annoyed by this? They think we're friends. And he's just like, yeah, this kind of suck. So it was kind of weird to actually have that, where it's like, Salt Talk is my new channel, please don't steal. Oh shit. Oh no. That might be a little hurtful were you to surpass me. I will be completely real with you, but I would also somehow be happy with you. Actually, that would be a let them situation right there. Hey. Because the let them theory is something where you definitely drop me the link here. I got you. I got you. Where is my link? That should work. I hope that works. I'll be honest, YouTube has been a little weird lately, but today was definitely weird because when I went to go live, it denied that I had my Streamlabs connected, so, which, yeah. According to Streamlabs, that's on YouTube's side, so. We figured it out, though, just so you guys know. Sometimes you need a pep talk, sometimes you need a salt talk. A salt talk. Do you? Wait, I mean... the salt talk. Salt talk, it should just literally be just you being so mean. You just gotta be salty. That would definitely work. All right. Oh, that's also what I needed to do. I need to do a little smoke sesh before we start. Oh, also, if you guys, dude, check this out. Oh, never mind. I realized I didn't even have that on here, so give me 1 second. I gotta go to my YouTube history. It's kind of funny. I was watching it on my phone. I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll pull that up right now." Man, I kind of want to watch this because it was really helpful. This whole like let them theory, just when you start thinking about like you disappointing somebody, you can kind of just go, like, not focus on it too hard and just let them deal with whatever the repercussions are of, like, of their feelings. As long as you are actively not being an asshole. Like, that's the one thing that I was kind of like, ooh, wait a minute. Because there is protecting yourself, but then there's, like, being, you know, a little selfish. But finding that fine in between. Because there's... I brought that up to my therapist where I was like, yeah, isn't there, like, this fine line between, like, you know, self-care and then just being a selfish person? And she even kind of was like, well, yes and no. I'm like, well, that's not really an answer. It's one of those situations where I was just like, didn't mean to do a gotcha. Nah, it turns out that, yeah, there, like, she was talking about theory, and she was also applying it to, like, political theory, but she said something that really kind of stuck with me, where it was like, oh, you know what? In any theory, like, there are going to be imperfections in it, and she's like, that is definitely good that you're questioning that, because she also said that, like, the way that I question authority is so, like, it's so finite, where she's like, you question everything you read, don't you? But you don't do it in, like, a conspiratorial way. She's like, it's kind of a miracle that you really didn't become a conspiracy theorist. I'm like, because I'd question that too. Like, what are they trying to push? Which, by the way, guys, I did want to cover a few conspiracy. Ooh, you know what? Maybe I'll retitle this, because I think I want to go through some conspiracies here. Yeah, you know what? Because I found a few yesterday that I was like, what? Conspiracies? There we go. I think I spelled it right. Yeah, there we go. But, all right, first things first. A few of you guys in the chat, were you guys here for the Ethan Klein, Sam Cedar debate? And if you were, let me know what you guys thought. Did you guys think straight up Sam W or Sam L? Or are you in my boat where I think there's a little bit more nuance than just being, like, able to call a winner or loser to that debate? There were certain points that I even have to admit where I don't think Sam necessarily knew where Ethan was coming from, and had he applied the fact that it was coming from, like, his vitriol for Hassan, then he may have given a different answer before. He did kind of do the gotcha with Sam, and he pulled him into the, you know, the drama, which I have to give Sam a lot of credit for not giving, you know, any clips in that regard. But this really did make me just not, like, I cannot wait for Friday now. I want to see what happens, and I hope that Hassan doesn't bitch out under the, you know, the pretense that Ethan's gonna try and, you know, get him banned within a, you know, by bringing on Destiny or, you know, a banned streamer. Like, I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm holding to that. I thought about that a little bit longer last night, and I still hold to it. I don't think it's something that Hassan needs to worry about. And honestly, like, I was discussing this with one of my friends who watches Hassan, and even he said, he was like, yeah, you know, if he does bitch out on Friday, oh, what's Friday? Excuse me. The Leftovers reunion, if you will. Hassan has been invited on Ethan Klein's H3H3 for an in-depth talk, not even just an interview. Like, he wants to have an actual discussion about this stuff and just air it all out and finally just end this, because, well, at least that's what he says. But per everything that was going on yesterday, it does seem like Ethan, again, this is kind of for him to, you know, I guess forgive and forget, because he's gone so off the deep end. Yeah, I don't think that's what's going on. I don't think that's going to happen either. It's on. Already picked up a call with Ethan, and Ethan chickened out, so it's Hassan unlikely to be the one. Wait, what do you mean? Glad to be here with y'all. Yeah, we're glad to have you, man. Thank you for being here. All of you. I mean that. Thank you. But I just hope it doesn't, like, I hope that they don't not do the interview, or I'll just call it an interview. Because honestly, man, that would suck. Because I also may have, like, plans to watch that live and kind of wanted to make an event of it. You're so confused. So, again, here, Mitesh, I'll just break it down for you. Ethan invited Hassan on. Actually, you know what? I should probably just find this, because he did, like, they were discussing this. Oh, wait. That's right. I was watching Hassan live when that happened. Okay, so Hassan, when I flipped over to him, he said that he's worried that Ethan is going to try and do some shady, like, stuff, and he's going to try and, like, bring on a streamer who is banned. So in order to broadcast this simultaneously, Ethan has to keep this Twitch TOS. He's a YouTuber, so technically he could really screw Hassan over if he wanted to, but I personally don't think that's going to happen, because the blowback that would come from doing something like that would hurt Ethan, I think, even more than Hassan, to be completely honest. Because Hassan would only get banned for like a day, especially like on an appeal like that. Especially like if he can prove that it was a malicious thing done by Ethan. Yeah, his appeal would go through really fast. But Ethan said Hassan won't debate me. He's a coward. Hassan picked up. Ethan, I got to turn it in. I don't know what happened since Sam Cedar thing, but it's a clear indicator of who is willing. I mean, I'm not going to hold... I don't know anything about the previous shit, but I'm just going to go based on what I know post this Sam Cedar debate, and yeah. It's on right now. Like, as far as like the debate, it's on. Like, they're going to be talking on H3H3. Hassan has everybody's word on that show that they will not pull any of that, BS and bring Destiny on or try to like do a gotcha, But yeah, I think that it's going to be, I mean, no matter what, it is going to be good content, and it's going to be very interesting. So that's definitely going to be covered. Wonder if there is a software that does a delay similar to TV broadcasts, so you can censor and switch it off before it gets to live stream. No, not on Twitch. No, unfortunately, it's a little different with that, which I have to be careful with, because I do a simulcast. So I do have like certain rules I have to follow. I'm kind of already like good on that one, where I don't curate my content for Twitch. I actually do it opposite, where I started on YouTube, so it's easier for me to stay within the parameters of YouTube TOS. Because yeah, there's a lot more. There's that too. But that is like where the streamers are concerned, where like if a streamer gets banned on Twitch and then you platform them on your YouTube channel, and if you still have your Twitch channel going, then yeah, that's a problem. So I just kind of realized I do have to be careful with that, but so far I don't know anybody that has been banned on either platform, so that's nice. Oh, I take that back. Adrian Vixen did get banned on Twitch, which I hope that does not stay forever, because I've been checking to see like if they were going to reinstate her, but it seems like she's doing okay on Kick. So Kick is something that I've looked into. I'm not sure if I want to be part of it. So right as of now, I'm going to stick to Twitch and YouTube. But I didn't get to see his talk with Sam. Oh, you didn't? Yeah, it was good. It was really, really good. I actually just Distracting. I just posted the clipped video on the YouTube channel. You guys can check it out at 5 is when it is going live. Probably shouldn't have scheduled it like at the same time as my live stream, but whatever, man. I wanted to put it out there. It's more important for you to have you guys have the ability to watch it without having to search through the VOD. You know, I am trying to get better about that. It just sucks because I have to kind of essentially make a choice here. It's either do like just straight up 4-hour streams, and then I take the like 2 to 3 hours that I would continue streaming and just edit and chop up videos, all that kind of stuff. Or I find an editor and do that whole thing. But to be real, I'm not really in that position right now. So we will 100 days and Trump's first cabinet member is gone. Interesting. Do you think that wait a minute, do you think he waited the 100 days like on purpose, or do you think that was just a coincidence? Does Wallace get a prize for being the first cabinet member to get the boot? He's more than likely going to get a book deal out of it, and he is more than likely going to start throwing Hexeth and those guys under the bus. Because, I mean, that can't feel very good for him to get scapegoated like that, especially when it was Hexeth that was doing the shit, you know. That is... Hey, buddy. Bud. I'm going to have to put the cone on you to keep this up. Itchy. There. Yeah. Don't look at me like... Sorry. Just having a bad allergy day. There we go. He got Colin Powell. He did. No, he really did. I mean, he's getting like, and they're like blaming him. They're just like, it was a breach of trust and confidence, and it was all his fault. They're saying that he was the one who accidentally tagged in the news reporter, which that could be true. That seems to be consistent. So again, this is what sucks, is like we can just never figure out like exactly like what's true and what's not with this fucking administration, you know? Which, you gotta love that they constantly do with us. Okay, dude, this is ridiculous. I've got to adjust this. Give me 1 second. My camera is pissing me off. Why is my auto just like this? There we go. Oh, no. Oh, no, what'd I do? Oh, what did I do? Shit. Uh-oh. Oh my god, what did I just do? Hold on. Hold on, guys, hold on. Oh no, I just totally fucked up. Enhance. Shit, dude. What just happened? What's the big topic today? My face. Give me a second. I really just screwed up my camera. Damn it. Yeah, dude, if I can't fix this, then I might have to go to my old cam, which that sucks in itself. Why is it doing this? There we go. What the fuck is going on? Compensation. All right, I think I got it now. Sorry, the resolution might be a little... All right, I think I got it. We're good. It's working. We're good. We're good. Oh, man. Ooh, that was weird. RRK claim the Spanish flu epidemic was actually caused by bacterial infections. I'm so glad that, you know, he's the leader of the department that is in charge of all that. That's wonderful. That's not terrifying at all. Looks good. Yeah, much better. Whoa. My frame is off. Let's see. Nope. I fucked it up again. There we go. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me. Sometimes this thing really does suck. So is this one. How's it going on with this? Alright. But yeah, RFK, okay. RFK. I don't know. At what point do you think, yeah, thanks, Rogan, for giving that dipshit a platform. I mean, he had a national platform before. That's not new. It's, dude. We really are living in a hell of a time. And this is really weird because I talked to, again, my therapist about this kind of stuff where I mentioned that, like, with everything going on in my life, how it seems so, like, tertiary, you know? It seems like it's totally affecting me. I would care so much more if, like, I wasn't kind of, like, distracted by the other stuff that's going on in my life. Holy shit, man. Like, this is 100 days in and we're pretty much, like, just we just barrel towards fascism. Like, it is weird. I recommended the Revised History podcast for their recent video on RFK. Oh, nice. Yeah, he's it sucks too because he did this marketing thing that actually ended up I have to say that it worked out. Because the first thing that he tackled was an issue that most liberals and conservatives can get behind, and that is the bullshit in our food. You know? And I have to say, it's kind of weird that he was the one to, you know, make that his issue. There we go. Alright, I'm done fucking with the camera. Sorry, guys. But no, he made the beef tallow, like putting beef tallow in like the fries at like Steak and Shake. The fact that he did one interview, right? And then I see so many people talking about like, oh yeah, you know what? I've been using beef tallow on my face. I've been using beef tallow as cooking oil now. And it happened within the short 100 days that this shit has been going on. So I will say, like, it's the messaging for some reason that it's like, and yeah, it's making people ignore the other shit where they're just like, well, you know what? No, I'm happy that he's doing this with the food. I'm happy he's doing this. It's like, yeah, but you're ignoring the fact that he's doing this with like the placebo thing with the vaccines. The fact that he is just kind of ignoring the measles outbreak, and then he has said some just blatantly fucking just out there just BS about like the measles outbreak. Like the fact that the guy is just like, it's a bacteria. Instead of just acknowledging that viruses are viruses. Like, what the hell? Oh, Rick Christian, I just realized. Hey, how's it going, man? I realized that you are new chatter. So, welcome. Yeah, I'm kind of all over the place today because I did screw up my camera. So, sorry about that, guys. You would think listening to RFK talk would make people think maybe this is not the best person. Well, because no, this is also where I covered this yesterday because somebody was saying like, well, it's ableist to make fun of RFK. I'm like, honestly, not really, because Sure, if you're doing it like just like making fun of him, but my impression is not I'm not making fun of the guy. I think it's a dead on fucking impression of him. Like, see, this is where I'm also a little confused. Like, am I just, because he has an issue with his voice, I'm not supposed to do it? Plus, I don't know. I'm gonna walk this back a little. I do like have this like, fuck him. Actually, let him feel bad. Oh, hey, Mitesh, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Wow, I was about to say, where's the noises? Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Poggers, hell yeah. Does RFK ever talk about the obnoxious amounts of salt, refined sugar, and preservatives in our food? He does. Like, that's part of the problem, is like he did that thing where he actually made sense on an issue, and then people were like, oh, hey, look, like, it's not that bad. That's where I was going with the beef tallow thing. Like, now I actually know people in my life that are now cooking with beef tallow. I noticed the difference when I had the new steak and shake fries. Like, they were actually really good too. But yeah, didn't have like that processed like feeling, like the processed food like bullshit feeling that I usually get from eating that bullshit. So, gotta say, man, his autism. I mean, it's scary. It's literally scary. I was talking to my therapist about that, like how, you know, we're living in a time where he's literally talking about like putting people on a list in a registry, and I just I think I scared her a little bit because like, just saying, what happens when, you know, governments make registries, especially of disabled people? And yeah, now Michelle Obama was shat on, so I'm going to shit on RFK. Yeah, honestly, again, I'm not let him feel offended, and there's certain things that I know, like, I'm not going to ever make fun of, like, I don't want to punch down on somebody like that. Like, but when has he even been punched like straight in the face? Like, or, meanwhile, not punching down has also gotten us this. Well, on him specifically. I just realized I'm not being very consistent right here, and I'm full of shit. So, you gonna make your therapist seek therapy? God, you know, I have had that thought where I'm like, man, I must be a lot to her. Once you run for office, everything is fair game. And that's the thing. Like, I actually just talked to somebody about this yesterday, where they were asking about, like, had I thought about possibly running for any office, and I was just like, no, why become that type of public figure where, like, then you're just under the microscope, and for what? So I can say that I hold a government position at some low level, like, it would literally be like the council for some, you know, school shitter, like roads, which I don't know dick about roads. So, and the only reason I say that is because those are the ones that are like kind of going unchallenged, like the positions going unchallenged on our ballots. So I don't know if you guys have thoughts about that. I'm open to it because Matt was talking about it. Matt Leck was talking about it on Majority Report today, and he made some good points about how now's the time, like, to try and run for you know, public office. That's why he was bringing up that one girl who like, why did she have to choose my district? That, I'll be completely honest, had she chosen any other fucking district, even in Illinois, I would have been fine. But the fact is, she chose my district because Jan Spakowski's old. That's it. Like, ugh. How did I get lumped into this? Oh yeah, I got redistricted. Ugh. Fuck them hoe-ass roads. Well, I mean, I do have opinions about, like, you know, the roads, the roads. Love Tommy Boy. But no, I talked to somebody about that too, where I love my municipality for the fact that they do have a very well-run website that you can go look at just how much of your tax dollars are going to any like local project. And I think that's awesome. I honestly do. I think that's awesome. And I've shut up quite a few people just by producing a link and just being like, hey, have you even bothered looking at this? Because you seem to really care about your tax dollars and where they go, but it doesn't seem like you're doing diddly squat to actually find out where they're going. It's easier for you to believe that it's going to that woke crap, and I don't want none of that. People need to stop with old people shit. There's old people who are just who are good, just vote in good ones and experience. It depends. It's it's ageist, but the thing is, they're ageist to us. Oh, fuck that. No, this is part of it. No, why is it okay for them to condescend to a 38-year-old the way that they do? I'm not sure if you've experienced this yet, Soviet, but holy shit, the amount of times I have had a 60-plus-year-old talk to me like I'm a goddamn child. No. And honestly, we have been gaslit almost as an entire generation into being this way, where it's just like, no, you know what? They do know better. Yeah, you know what? It is ageist. We shouldn't do that. I mean, I was on that boat already with Joe when everybody was going after Joe Biden, where I was just like, you know what? This is some ageist shit. Like, you guys do realize just like how egregious it is, and like where you guys are just like, oh, he's gonna be 82. Meanwhile, not that ship has sailed with Trump. You know, everybody gets fooled by the fact that it's like, look, you know, he put on some fake bronzer. He don't look that old. He's got the energy. But again, doesn't release his medical records. Just we take his thumbs up, you know, from his doctor literally doing and we're just like, yeah, you see. The good ones don't do that. They're the good ones. That's the problem. Like, we're running out of good ones. Like, dude, we got one. Bernie Sanders was like one out of an entire generation of politicians that just absolutely suck nuts. Like, let's be real. I get that a lot. Old men who think they know best, but yeah, exactly. That's why I'm just saying, man, no. That's why I'm not just willing to capitulate that easily on that one. All right, I'm going to fix this. Default. There we go. Boom. Score. I'm tired of people saying I am X, I don't do that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's annoying. I mean, again, I'm not perfect. Like, dude, again, even in just the short time that I've been live today, I've definitely, had to walk back a few things, because as I'm talking about it, I'm like, you know what? That's holding them to a standard that I can't hold myself to. That's not very fair. My family treats the younger ones like geniuses. It's pretty funny. Really? See, now that's insane. There should definitely be a fine line of, okay, I'll actually say this. What the fuck is it? Because I have noticed this. And maybe I am just a salty millennial, but what is it about the fact that you got these older assholes that are now talking about Gen Z like, yeah, you know what? They kind of know what they're talking about. They're a little bit more sensible, not as reactionary. I kind of like them. They almost, dare I say, remind me of myself. That's something that should be an instant red flag. Just going to go and say that. But also, can we just say that, no, like when you're in your like 20s, you have your head pretty far up your ass. Like, I'm speaking for myself, you know, and if you guys can, what was it? Not cast that stone, or then, hey, I'm happy for you. Trump is 6'7", 180 pounds. Damn, dude, he's lanky. I'd say like 230, like at 6'7", even 230 is pretty generous. Like that's 6'7", 180. Dude, I'm just about $180. Like, that's, actually 170, but hey, That is enough. You keep it up, I'm gonna put this... Dude, you know what? Cone of shame, man. I might have to put that cone of shame on you. Like, you've got the real bad itchies today. The arguments like age or personal email texting only apply one way. That's what makes me crazy. I just won't discuss. Oh. Well, like, what do you mean? Or personal email texting only? Like, are you saying you don't like it when it's applied to, like, talking about who... Oh, are you saying, like, the, who texts and who, like, calls and... Yeah, well, that shit's annoying. I will say that. Emails? Pretty bad on emails. I think that is something I've always consistently been bad with, is checking my emails. Cult of Dusty is, Celtux approved content. Cult of Dusty. Yeah. I feel weird, like, that we're kind of, like, doing, like, this, like, weird cyclical thing, but, I will say this, I can speak for myself. I don't really look at, like, the younger generation and necessarily be like, oh, these kids, you're so fucked with, you know, this and blah, 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 but, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I was thinking of the lock her up in Signalgate. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah, the way that they can't even apply basic logic to, you know, their arguments that they made, where it's like you're using their exact argument against them, and then they're just like, wait. Oh, well, it's different. I don't know. The let them theory, I'm applying that to Trump supporters now. Let them think that way. Fuck them. I'm so done. Why should I engage any of my energy towards even trying to change their minds at all? When they're just... It's all steeped in insecurity. It's all steeped in the fact that they are worried. Like, you do know that, like, a lot of this anger... Like, number one, have you thought about why they're so angry? They won it all. Why are they so mad? Why are his supporters still so mad? And they try to take it out on the protesters. They literally say, like, oh, it's just because these ungrateful leftists, you know, they're just making things so hard. And then you get the shitheads that are just like, well, the Democrats didn't vote for the $5,000 stimulus check. Like that one gem that we watched. Yes, I'm the same. I'm not any energy into discussion with them. Yeah. No, it's a good way to be, honestly. Like, just screw it. Like, screw it. There's no point. Honestly, yesterday I kind of had the moment. I think it was a breakthrough on stream here where I finally also applied that to these chatters. I used to be a little bit more, like, conscious about it, where I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I don't want them thinking that I am just another leftist that's just gonna ban them for anything they say. It's like, no, you know what? If I'm putting any energy out there and they're just abusing it, fuck them. They're out. There's no reason to even do that. So it's not possible to change their minds. They aren't basing their information on reality. They are in their own, they're in their own heads. Yep. There's a certain level of gone. Some Trump supporters you just have to realize are too far, and it's not worth your time. Yeah, no, those are the ones that are, again, I know that I've said this before. I consider those ones the diehard supporters, but the ones who voted for Trump that just said, yeah, I voted for him, but you know what? I didn't think this shit was going to happen. I've heard that a lot. Like, I'm not sure if it's because I have a lot of apolitical people in my life that kind of lean like wherever like the wind is breezing, like literally they have voted both Democrat and Republican. Like, they are just run-of-the-mill voter of, I just want different, you know? Like, that's the reason that I can speak to one of like my friends saying that he voted for Trump. And then I got another friend that just said he didn't vote this cycle because he couldn't bring himself to do it. He was just like, yeah, you know what? Screw it. Everybody was fighting. He's like, I just didn't want to be part of it. I'm like, you know, as much as I hate that, there is like merit to like, yeah, okay. Because like he does get to throw his hands up and just be like, I didn't do this shit. So we need your help to come up with with solutions to pay down $37 trillion debt and avoid Repo Man. Pep Talks, is it possible to DM you on our Discord? I wasn't able to on my Android. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I think I friended you, right? Did I not? Here, I'll just yeah, let's add you as a friend. There we go. I sent you a request. I hate people like that. Trump said what he's going to do. Well, that's the thing. I don't like this fact that like we have so many people and this one does actually cross over to just normies and even the left a little bit, where you got a lot of people that are just going, he just says things and it's just him. Like, we'll worry when he actually does it. It's just like, ugh. That's where we don't play the let them game. Like, no. And I think that's maybe why I push back against that as like just a basic idea of like, you know, therapy speak, where I was like, oh, there's problems with that. Because again, applying that to Donald Trump would be the worst thing ever. Like, that's what he wants. I listened to this psychobabble, and I gotta say, I really, really like it. They were talking about just let them do it. Just let them do it. And you know what? If you apply that to me, just let me do it. It's just like, that's not how it works, Don. Yeah, you know what? I've been enlightened. God, could you imagine Trump actually going to therapy? Guys, I have to say, you know what? I got to walk back some things. I think that the trans community has had it a little rough. I think that maybe the immigration thing, I was a little bit too harsh. It's like the Dems had more power in 2016, 2020. That's what's stopped him last time. Oh, yeah. I think you're discounting how much he actually did have, like, babysitters. The GOP at that point was still not, like, just complete sycophants to him. I always skip the foreplay and state my issue directly with this media. Nice. Hey, that's the best way to be. I mean, dude, I'm 38 years old. I'm gonna just let you guys in on a little secret. Once you hit about 35, it really does like, if you go into your dating life, if you go into anything, your whole mentality for dealing with like bullshit really does start just like, it just dwindles to nothing. And the thing is, it's not a bad thing, because it is like, it's your brain essentially just going like, this didn't matter in the first place. Like, it's kind of like I was saying before, they'll let them, but in this case, fuck it. But I also am more direct. Like, I'm just so much more direct with what I want. Like, I don't play these games where it's just, well, you know, it might be nice if, hey, what are you doing on Thursday? Do you have anything going on? Maybe, possibly. Like, no, at that point, I'll just be like, yo, what you got going on Thursday? You busy? And then it's like, no, it's like, all right, cool. It's like, why? It's like, well, I had this fun thing you want. And it's like, if you want to do it, I mean, cool. But if you're busy, you're busy. That's usually how that goes. It avoids confusion and deceit. Yeah. No, Rick, I agree with you on this one. I like your take. And more people should be like that. And you really shouldn't be afraid to be like that. Now I think about it, like, because God, I'm thinking now, like, I did get a little shame when I started kind of crossing over into that like way of thinking where they're just like, you're almost getting mean with it. It's like, no. Like, I'm not trying to actively just be like, fuck that, I don't want to do that. Like, also trying to be a little fair on that one, because that does happen too, where you're just like, is this worth my time? And then you convince yourself not to go do shit that you really should. I've talked myself out of having, going and having fun. But I've also talked myself into getting over that hump, going and having fun, and then feeling like I am like so much happier that I did it. So, I love that. I've had it speeds up Trump's voice to sound like a Smurf. That is funny. I mean, my opening is pretty classic, Trumpisms. I mean, dare I say, greetings humans, pants off, mess aroundus. Okay, nice. How you doing? Pants off? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to stream. I'm a bit older and tend to be cautious, probably for my own safety. Well, I mean, you also learn lessons like that. Like just being aware of your surroundings kind of shit. But I'm trying to be fair here because I don't want to turn into like the just the dad, like the normal dad, the emotionally unavailable dad that's just like, whoa, I don't want all this drama, I don't want all this, I don't want all this mushy talk about, therapy, and I gotta have my feelings. God, I hate to say that my dad's a little bit like that. He at one point I remember saying like something about him being toxic on something, and he's just like, oh, listen to you and your psychobabble. It's called working on yourself, but lol. Situational awareness. I mean, again, that comes with age. Let's be real, it does. Like, it's not a bad thing. I'm actually like, guys, I hope you know, like, I'm very happy with where I'm at age-wise. I kind of wish this is like I wish I could make this like the cap where it's like, oh, can I just not age after this? Like if I had my vampire like an immortality arc, then I'd just be like, oh, this is good. And I'd be telling a lot of people that are like younger where it's like, no, just wait. Just wait. Could be a lot cooler. There we go. All right, you're good to go. Whatever you need from me, just let me know. No, but also like my tolerance for that though. Like, I'm not sure if you guys have ever had this where you're out and I mean, we've all had this where you overhear somebody else's conversation and you really want to chime in. But I was at a concert recently and I heard this guy just, the way he was talking to his girlfriend, and dude, at one point I did just want to turn around and just be like, yo, bro, she does not want to be here. You can just leave now. Because he kept doing this thing like, well, do you even want to be here? Like, you want to leave? Do you just want to go? And she kept going like, no. And then like a song would start and she's like, she looked miserable. Physical 30s is your prime physically. Is it? I disagree with that. I think that I was physically at my peak when I was like about 26 through 28. I mean, at least like sports wise, because it's almost like overused at this point. But dude, when you hit your 30s, your joints do start hurting. Like, I remember I was about 31, 32. That was the first time that I ever like just stepped out of bed and I was just like, did I just get injured getting out of bed? I rolled my ankle. That was not fun. And yes, it was as stupid as it sounds. Like I did the thing where like you just turn to get out of bed and my ankle just went pop. I was like, ah! That sucked. I had a sports doctor too that knew me. So when I got there, immediately it's just like, oh, I could see you getting this. I was expecting you to have an injury like this sooner. I was just like, yeah, but were you expecting it to happen like me getting out of bed? He's just like, oh, you didn't. I'm like, uh-huh. Gotcha. Okay. DMs are checked. We're good. Thank you. Also, did that link work? Because I know I was having issues with my YouTube link first. Again, I don't know why. It's only YouTube right now. I have not been having any issues with Twitch. I have to kind of give them a shout out on that one where it's like, man, I thought that they would be the ones. Turns out, I was way off. All right, buddy, come here. There he is. I was like, here. That's it. Oh boy. Oh no! Baby drop. Oh boy. I'm pushing 50. Sleeping is painful. Oh no, don't say that. Oh no. How do you avoid that one? Now, are you a side sleeper and like, do you have that issue? Because like, that's what I've had that. I think that's why I have like my rotator cuff issue is because I'm a side sleeper and I usually I always like hug with the like this. I hug with this arm. So I also have to have a body pillow. Like I'm one of those guys. Like I have to have a nice. Well, I got myself one of those UGG body pillows, which was probably one of the best investments I've ever made. It's one of the most comfortable things I've ever owned. But yeah, like I have to like have, you know, that to just like wrap myself around. Just I don't know how people sleep on their backs. It kind of freaks me out a little bit. I'll be honest. He is a nice puppy. He's a good boy. Although he doesn't watch it here, he's gonna have to have the cone of shame because he also might need to get a double dose of this allergy medicine that he's on. I think it's called Cytoquin? Cytoquil? I forgot what it's called. Cytocaine, that's it. Hey. All right. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta get his cone of shame. I know. Happy with me for a while. Side sleeper, nice. Rock on to side sleepers. I feel like side sleepers and back sleepers are kind of like the don't not try to make it too weird, but like the whole like, you know, stand and sitters as far as, you know, wiping. Yeah. I had this conversation a little while ago and it was just like, wait a minute. What do you mean? And it was legitimately like, oh, we didn't know each other existed. Wait, this was a whole thing. It turned into like a long ass discussion. One of the weirder conversations I've had, but at the same time, it was also hilarious. So good vibes, keep going. You're a very good communicator. Dude, thank you. I really appreciate that. Wow. Whenever I get a compliment, I do get that like little moment of, oh. What sick weirdos sleep on their back? Exactly. Who just does that? Or like, who? That's so weird. Meanwhile, Unimuggle's gonna pop into chat any moment and just go, hey. Yeah, my wife actually, she's one of the weird ones where like she does like mix, but like to fall asleep, she actually falls asleep on her back, and it's weird. Weird. She falls asleep with like large headphones on. Don't know how. Due to my medical conditions, I basically have to sleep on my back. Oh, that sucks. But like do you have that urge to like constantly shift? But also, Sylvie, do you have the thing like now your body adjusted to it? So what about stomach sleepers? Before I did the body pillow thing, dude, I used to sleep like Marty McFly. If you guys know what I'm talking about, then you know, but literally I would wake up and I'd just be like and then wondering, it's just like, what's my neck hurt? Now, the most important thing for me to sleep is I gotta have a fan. I'm one of those guys. I have to have a fan. Having like a little, like the Dyson fan is probably the best thing. Because if your partner does not like having, a fan on them, then yeah, you have to literally get one that's aimed directly at you. And like, I have it so perfect where she doesn't feel a thing as far as that wind direction. But man, if I accidentally screw up and I turn like the oscillation on, immediately she'll wake up and just be like, hey. Straight as a plank. Man. Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's like the very Japanese way of doing it, isn't it? Like, because they don't even really, like, from my understanding, they, for the longest time, didn't have traditional mattresses. Who was the comedian that said a little bit about me? I sit when I pee, because I like the option of number 2. I forgot. That's a good one. God, I don't know. Usually I can identify a comedian by their jokes, but that one I do not know. Bloodstone, what up? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. But oh yeah, Sylvie. So, like, your body's adjusted to it though, right? Like, do you have that thing where theoretically, if you felt good enough to sleep on your side, or like you just in a world where your medical conditions just like went away, which would be awesome, but would you like, do you think you'd go back to sleeping like on your side, or do you just think you'd be like, nope, this is just how I sleep now? Govin, what up? How you doing? I sleep with my arms folded and my wrists folded, so my hand be hurting in my dreams in the morning. Really? Interesting. Gene Wilder? Really? He said that? No. Did Gene Wilder do stand-up sets? I thought that he was just an actor. All right, that's it. Who said? Hang on. Are you serious? It's not gonna let me? Just a Phil no. Oh no, it's Nick Swartzen. That's why. Yeah. Ugh. You know what sucks about that? There's a good chance he stole that joke. That kind of sucks. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, he has he had a controversy. I want to be fair. I'm not sure if he's probably still working, and I want to be completely fair. Not sure if he still does that, but he got busted doing the Carlos Mencia bit, where he would go to smaller clubs and see some local guys or like some openers, and he would steal their jokes. It was really shitty. I'll shift on my side here and there, but go back to being on my back. Cool. Thought you meant the actor. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Robin Williams stole jokes, too. Yeah, except here's the thing. Okay, so, and I'm not even trying to do this just because I was like a Robin Williams fan. Robin Williams, it's pretty well known that he didn't do it egregiously. What he did is he would take something like that where like, and he would legitimately like twist it in his head where he would rework it and then he would make it his own, and he would just go, like he was notorious for being like, I'm sorry, can I pay you for that? Like he would buy jokes straight up and ask, but not always perfect. But he wasn't like, that's where I mean, like he wasn't like egregious about it. He didn't make it his whole personality. Like he didn't just Dennis Leary, Bill Hicks, allegedly. That one sucked too, because it was No Cure for Cancer. Like it really does suck, because you can go watch No Cure for Cancer, and if you're a Bill Hicks fan, you're just like, oh shit. Like he literally retooled Bill Hicks jokes and just did them. And then here's the most egregious part. He did I think it was 1 or 2 jokes, and I know that Bill Hicks filed a lawsuit over this, where he did it before Bill Hicks could have it on his special, and this was while he was working on his special, so he essentially raced him to get it out, where it's just like, Joe Rogan stole jokes from Brandon Schaub. Why? Wait. Yo, who's stealing any material from Brandon Schaub? What? He's legitimately one of the worst stand-up comedians I have ever had the just misfortune of witnessing. Like, God, he sucks. Although, you know what? David Lucas, not much better. And the common denominator there is Rogan has gone on record saying that in the green room, they'll like literally tell them like, hey, you need to retool this and do it this way. Yep, that's so bad. I mean, that's a whole level of self-respect that you must not have to just go and steal a Schaub. Oh, he did. No, I remember exactly which one you're talking about, because Elephant Graveyard brought that up, where he's just like, which one was it? Oh, it was the Chinese, where he did the Chinese voice. Yeah. Which, yeah, real highbrow material, guys. I don't mind voices. Trust me, I do not mind voices. But doing just like, a Chinese accent just to like literally do a Chinese accent and that's the joke, it's like, no. You gotta have a damn good reason. Didn't Carlos Mencia go through the same thing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually, I'll be real. That's what got me into Joe Rogan. Because Joe Rogan, I was always kind of like into his comedy, but mostly into him from Fear Factor and the fact that he was on news radio. I always thought it was like news radio was like my favorite show for a long time, because that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to work in radio. So seeing a sitcom about radio was very cool. I also watched WKRP Cincinnati. Oddly enough, again, because it's like, that's what I wanted to do. But, yeah, he started going on Opie and Anthony, talking about the Carlos Mencia stuff, and it went super mega viral, and then he started his own podcast. I saw the first episode that he ever dropped with Joey Diaz. I want to say Bravo was on that. I think Eddie Bravo was on it. Red Band was on it. There's somebody else. Duncan Trussell. It was also Duncan Trussell. And yeah, I think they filmed it in his living room. But Joe Rogan is not funny, and he thinks he's... listen, he has been funny. I'm not going to do that. He's got fun. He has some funny bits that he, like, 100% he created. He didn't just, like... He's fallen off, man. It sucks. But... I'm not going to pretend that he's never been funny. I hate when people do that shit. It's just like, he's never been funny to me. It's like, fine, it's subjective, but don't hate on people who did think it's funny. The Rogan Sphere leaning on the ethnic racist humor getting old to me, not funny anymore. I'll be honest, TK, as a fan of Big J. Okerson, watching his newest special, he actually released it as 2 specials, Them and They. And knowing Big J Okerson, like, as a person, he's not a hateful person. He's not transphobic, but he is doing lowest common denominator with it, and he is pulling in a certain audience with it. So, which is unfortunate. And that's also why I do think that, like, him and Dan Soder did a show called The Bonfire, and I think that's why they separated, because Soder is a little bit more, he's not like a clean comic, but he's definitely not one to punch down constantly just because it's the easiest way to go. You're talking about modern Joe Rogan. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, okay, so Joe Rogan circa 20, I'll be really fair about this. Anything past 2021, his brain got cooked by COVID, guys. Like, that whole thing ruined him. Big J is turning right wing. No. It's really rough to say, man. Politically, I don't think so. WKRP, holy shit, I remember that show. I love that show. I watched that show with my mom. Yeah, I can actually probably credit that show with being like, I think that's what I want to do. I think I want to talk on radio and, you know, be behind a microphone. That'd be cool. Like, it was so cool. And now here I am, guys. Look at that. Because to say that he's turning right wing, like, I know a lot of people would say that he already was, that he's already part of that Joe Rogan sphere, that, you know, guys like Tom Segura, all those guys, even though that's not necessarily wrong. Like, Tom Segura's, like, the biggest drawback with him is just the fact that he got less funny the more money. Like, actually, I'm not even just going to segregate this to Segura. Bert Kreischer, Segura, Joe Rogan, Andrew Santino, like, all these guys, man, they started making like that million plus for their stand-up, and they have Sam Kinison syndrome, where now what's the point? They don't got that dog in them, so they're not seeing things, you know, from the fresh perspective of like the, you know, up and coming comedian or even just on the street comedian. Like, the appeal has essentially been lost because they cannot, or they just choose not to. They can't really relate to us anymore. Like, I can't tell you how many times I have turned off Your Mom's House podcast because of how out of touch Tom Segura was in that episode. Like, I remember the exact one where he was talking about his Rolex with one of, like, this country singer, and I was just like, I can't do this anymore. Like, it's so bad. I hope not. I love The Bonfire. I watch old ones with Soder. Yeah. I actually just watched the ZZ Top, the geriatric ZZ Top one. How. I take my pills 3 times a day, and I get my cream pudding. I can go to bed at 5, y'all. Yeah. Any Chinese in the crowd? Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Well, no, see, but that's like the lowest common denominator that Shaw would do on that one is literally like, oh, see? And then he would point it out. Oh, Springsteen land? No, my favorite one was the D&B, and a boy's dream. Oh man, I don't think you know who I am, but I know that you've been to one of my shows before. You were probably tripping on some shrooms or something. In a boy's dream. Oh God. No, The Bonfire, dude, they really did. They produced some classic bits that, yeah, it's almost every day with me where I do think about them, where I'm like, oh, man, that was such a big part of my life too. Same with Opie and Anthony. I was such a long-time listener. And unfortunately, Stern, man, I don't even know when the dude's live anymore. Like, I'll go on SiriusXM and get, like, surprised where I was just like, oh, shit, like, he actually was live today. Shit, they were so underrated and funny. Yeah, no, they were. Yeah, because I'm watching or listening to some of the newer ones with Bobby Kelly, and I can't get into them, unfortunately. The only ones I listen to is when Soder comes back. and then it's like he never left. But it sucks because I just watched an episode of Story Wars, and I noticed that there's like an animosity between oh my god, Big J Okerson and Soder, because I don't know, it seems like they got in an argument or some shit. I definitely caught a vibe there where I'm like, are they fighting? It seems like they're fighting, but hope not. Speaking of the fighting, funny enough, this does actually kind of bring it back to the Ethan and Hassan thing, because like I can almost say that because of me watching The Leftovers, I did kind of get that same thing, like when Opie and Anthony were kind of going through their split. I was like, oh, mom and dad are getting a divorce. Damn. Name a better duo than Soder and... I can't. Comedy radio duo? No. There wasn't. There isn't. There won't be. Yeah, if they start a new podcast together, it's over. Like, I don't understand what happened, and it really sucks. I gotta be honest, man. They were on such a roll, too. 5 Alarm Fire, is that you? Is that the real 5 Alarm Fire? Hashtag blessed. Swift returns. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. I appreciate you guys stopping by. If you guys haven't, here's the big thing. I got this from Xander Hall, but you know what? I totally agree with this. If you guys are enjoying the content, please leave that like. It really, really does help out my channel, and just do this for all YouTubers. Don't care. If you're enjoying the content, please hit that like button. It is just such a good habit to make. I really appreciate it. And then if you're really enjoying the content, please hit that subscribe button. Yeah. I'm telling you guys, like, especially like being a smaller YouTuber, I see just how much it matters. So thank you. I appreciate that. Also, follow over on Twitch if you haven't already. Oh, and then here, let me drop this real quick. God. Said before, this is for my mom's memorial. If you guys are new here, my mom passed away March 3rd, and we're coming up to her Memorial Day here soon. So if you guys can contribute anything, I appreciate it. You can use the Streamlabs link, or you can anything you donate into chat or over on Twitch goes into the memorial fund. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Hi, Pat. Brand new to chat. Nice. Sorry. Let me hate myself. Major condolences. Thank you. It's one of these days it's going to be easier for me to drop these links, because yes, it's not going to be something that is a constant reminder. Whew, what's happening? Okay, cool. It's kind of cool to see like you guys know each other, so it's just like, oh, fancy seeing you here. I always do love that. But real quick, guys, I'm gonna take this. I think I mentioned it, guys. If you didn't know, my mom, before she passed away, she actually was part of like the chat community. Outside of, she wasn't part of chat. What she would do is she would text me, and then she'd just be like, "Can you say this?" It was just like, okay. Didn't know, man. Didn't know. Peace, man. Oh, it's okay. It's part of life, man. It's part of life. It just, yeah. F8 looks, happier version of Mission. Or, Xi Jinping. I don't know why everybody says he looks like me. I'm just a round little bear. He doesn't look like me. Stop it before I put your head in the honey pot. Speaking of, this is Scaredy Bear. Actually, Soviet Mind will appreciate it. I call it the Scaredy Bear because Dan Soder coined the getting scared when you smoke, because yeah, sometimes you smoke a little too much, you get scared. So therefore, Scaredy Bear. I don't even know what I mean by that. I just love the vape. He's awesome. As I said, it's Scaredy Bear, so you could always just be like, "Yo, Scaredy Bear!" Cheers, by the way, guys. This is kind of like a community thing. If you guys do partake, feel free to join in and say cheers, or do like a little emote in the chat to signify that you are also enjoying, but you do not feel obligated. So, real quick. Cheers, guys. Man. Also, if you guys are not already subbed to the channel, please do. I know that we have some gifted memberships that tend to pop up during stream, and I know that if you guys are subbed beforehand, they will go out. So, which I really hope that YouTube does kind of figure this out, like at some point where we can like choose who like is getting the memberships, because man, I grew up with the Care Bears, so Scaredy Bear sounds like a great new addition to the Care Bear team. I love it. I also did grow up with the Care Bears. God, you gotta love being a certain age, right? Transformers. That's yeah. I literally got my OGs back there. I got my Optimus Prime and my Soundwave. Don't know if this was verdict, but apparently President Xi was quite offended when some jokers compared his image with the cartoon Winnie the Pooh. No, that's true. I was in Iraq when my father passed. Oh, man. And it was too hot when I was to be at his funeral. I feel your pain. Thank you. Yeah, it was sudden. Literally, there was no sign. Like, she passed in her sleep. And, yeah. Complications from a respiratory illness. But, like, there was no sign that it was even that bad. So, she did test positive for COVID, but I'm just gonna be real with y'all. Like, they did not say that that was the contributing factor, so I'm very open with this stuff, though. I don't see any point in not be. If I can help with other people accepting something or a situation in their life, then I can. Oh no, what just happened? Oh no, I just might have accidentally logged off of Twitch. Shit. Oh no. Twitch is reloading. Okay, whatever, man. Not gonna focus too much on it. All right, well, let's get into the Ethan Klein fallout, because, man, there's a lot. So, first things first. I wanted to check what X had to say about this, because... Oh, shit. Give me 1 second. We all know that I do this. But thank you, guys. Thank you for the condolences, and also thank you for sharing. I really do appreciate it. Fuck me. Sorry, this is one of those rare times that, yeah, it's kind of hit me. I also have a picture of my, my mom, like, right behind my computer here. And, yeah. Here we go. Ethan Klein retired from Twitter. We know. All right. Ethan Klein bristles at Sam Cedar suggesting that Israelis are bloodthirsty. Only 4% of Jewish Israelis disapprove of IDF response. 81% of civilian suffering should not affect IDF decision making. 70% think it should be illegal to even express sympathy for civilians. Jesus. Ethan Klein versus Sam Cedar is just this. Well, Hassan said this. Can we not talk about Hassan? ... Hassan. The H3H3 Reddit flipped on so fast on Sam Cedar, you'll get whiplash.
Inflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, look, you do a show
Sam,
4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I could tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that one tiny clause.
This is not one tiny clip, Sam.
Well,
you don't know. This is a
second.
totality of behavior.
But you
and by the way, it's
up.
easy. And I appreciate that you can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this
You're saying it doesn't. You're saying actually, I'm wrong for caring about it.
No, yes. In fact, I'm saying this.
Good to know. Thank you.
Inflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to ignore what's.
No, and this was a great point from Sam.
What's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews that have nothing.
Yeah, no. Like this says, Sam Cedar calls out Ethan Klein for targeting Hassan by conflating Zionism with anti-Semitism. It's disingenuous. I'm effing crying. Ethan Klein just brought up how Gaza is not public bomb shelter or no public bomb shelter for some reason, and Sam Cedar was just saying that his point makes zero sense, and then Ethan just deflects back when he realizes the gotchas are duds.
By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
There's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza? Okay.
I just think that's interesting. It's pretty fucked up, don't you think?
Do I think it's fucked up?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the point. Like,
well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would definitely be a lot safer.
I've seen what happened to tunnels under hospitals.
Your statement is, so you say there were tunnels under hospitals.
Israel built the ones.
Sam is being hypocritical. They conflate. No, Sam doesn't though. Sam barely talks about this stuff. That would be either Emma and Matt. Fine, I'll say that. So if it's on his show, fine. But Sam doesn't. Come on now.
Under the first one that they went into, they built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you right? That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows. But I don't care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this.
Ethan Klein's mind debating Cedar.
She would have. I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump. But they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se. But
well, we're talking about kind of my criticisms of Hassan and
Yeah,
how this
I don't.
kids. I'm sorry.
I don't.
Well, let me show you this.
I don't
I
really
know.
care.
Yeah,
about,
I know.
Honestly, I'm like I.
Let me show you this. This is
I'm
more.
Not, I don't. I honestly. Like,
Yeah, you don't care. I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And that, and why
doesn't-
should you? I don't blame you.
I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump, but they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But you know, I don't know what the point of litigating this.
Actually, yeah. See, now you made a good point here because we had a chatter yesterday that was essentially using everything that Ethan was saying to kind of bolster like their points. And unfortunately, they were coming from a very right-wing perspective, and they were just essentially saying like, yeah, you know, I think that Ethan's completely right here. Like, yeah, they do kind of use him as the, see, even your own side hates you type of shit. Yeah, unfortunately, you were right about that. They love to use clips of Ethan they probably never actually watched. I will also say that, yes. No, see, this is the thing. I'm one of these rare ones where I consider myself the child of divorce here, where I watch both Majority Report, Ethan, and then I also watch Hassan and Ethan. So, because somebody had mentioned that, like, I can't, in good conscience, even be like, that was mine. Somebody had mentioned that it's like, yeah, when you watched Leftovers, and then you see Hassan's coming on Friday, you're just like, oh, well, I feel like a child of divorce. It's like, it's very close. But, yeah, so I can see both sides. But also, like, this is where I want to be completely real. I was listening to a bunch of the stuff about Ethan, and I wasn't getting his side of things. I wasn't, like, taking into account, like, the one that really got me was when, I think it was Ben-Gvir or something, but Gila had mentioned, like, that he was, like, a lesser of two evils type of guy, and that, like, she did misspeak, and she said, like, no, he's, like, why would you get rid of him? He was a good guy, and then you find out, like, he wasn't. And then, here's the thing that I didn't know. I didn't know that she walked it back as quickly as she did, too. I had only gotten that one clip, so I had it brought to my attention after I was like, look, like she fucking said this, and finally somebody was just like, here's the full clip, dude. Tell me what you think. And it really did kind of bring me down where I was like, I saw like a lot of different clips that made this seem a lot worse, and then they conveniently ended it before she walked it back and said that she was wrong. Right. Okay. So I try to be fair. But also, like, to be real with you guys, I haven't watched, like, H3 and, like, just as normal content in a long time. And it has nothing to do with Ethan's, like, fallout with Hassan or any of that. It just literally was just like, oh, I kind of outgrew the content, or I just found out different stuff to watch, so. I don't know enough myself about the Middle East. I just don't want kids to die. No, exactly. And that, you know what? Good take. That's a good take. And I appreciate the fact that immediately you're just like, I don't know a lot about this. So for me to have, like, hey, I like that. Meanwhile, if you are an expert, yeah, chime in. Like, and I'm not even kidding. Like, I like to learn different perspectives. And then I also, you know, sometimes I'll come to a conclusion that some people don't like. It tends to happen. That should be enough. Well, I mean, are you talking about, like, it should be enough to just know that, like, he has the opinions about Israel? Because, like, that's where I'm a little confused. Because this is also where I'm going to be real. Ethan's confusing on this one because he speaks out both sides of his mouth. One side, like, 1 minute, he is, like, you know, like, not just ceasefire, he's, like, essentially pro-Palestine in the fact that he's like, no, we need to protect these people, and we need to stop the killing, and we need to stop funding Israel. So it's like, okay, that's good. But then he will do this weird thing where then all of a sudden he's just like, well, I'm going to go and play devil's advocate for the other side. It's just like, don't kill people, please. Well, yeah. I mean, the easiest, most consistent platform that I follow is the fact that I've always been a pacifist in the regard of, that'd be nice. That'd be really, really nice. I would love to see that happen. Here. Anybody actually have like a wrap-up take of the Sam Cedar debate? Oh, by the way, apparently, Cenk Uger's coming to Chicago, and I had a thing like kind of pop up where they're like, it was like for a meet and greet opportunity type of thing. I was like, ooh, that'd be maybe get my name out there. And then sure as shit, they're like, yeah, you got to sign up for TYT. I was like, damn it, nope, not doing that again. Fool me once, shame on you. No, I still have it in the queue. Haven't watched it yet. Oh, okay. Here. Overzealous slop tube. No.
All right, so yesterday.
Ooh, Ben Shapiro's mad at MAGA. Ooh. You know what? This derailed me a little bit because I wasn't expecting that. I may be wrong, but wasn't it Mark Twain that said people that have the most to say know the least? Not knowing something, but having a moral take is respectable. Yeah. Yeah, man. No, and wow, look at you pulling out look at you pulling out quotes. All right, okay. Someone's learned in here. Okay. You in Chi-Town? That I am. What gave it away? Yes, I am a Chi-Town native. And still live, so. All right. Actually, funny enough, yeah, so is Mockler.
All right, so yesterday, the U.S. economic report came in. Q1 GDP is down.
Yeah, because of Trump.
The biggest danger to the Trump administration and their agenda
Is themselves.
is very clearly an economic downturn.
That too, yeah.
By far, it's not particularly close. I've been saying this now for months.
I stopped watching Jank years ago. Yeah, I stopped watching TYT after the whole, like when they fired Benny, I canceled my my membership that same day.
If there were to be an economic downturn under President Trump, the rest of the very important agenda items that he is pursuing, everything from illegal immigration
I was like damn near a 10-year subscriber too.
to wiping DEI out of the federal
Remember,
government,
like I paid
everything
I paid
from
for that
rebuilding
stupid
the
membership.
United States military to DOGE.
I'll be real too. Outside of the Dragon Squad, I didn't get much from it.
All of it goes out the window if the economy falls, because the way the American people think about politics is quite simple when it comes to presidents and the economy.
I mean, okay, he's right here, and we'll finish playing this in 1 second, but we do have some massive breaking news regarding the economy. The Trump administration is in a very tight spot.
Okay, so here, I actually know something about this because I have multiple friends that work in the in ports and shipping, as far as shipping and receiving. So, what this says right here, the last boats without crippling tariffs from China are arriving. The countdown to shortages and high prices have begun. Most Americans still think that there's going to be more ships coming. No. They're already starting to like look at the downturn and they're just like, we have to adjust. And they're like, the warnings coming from the ports, like, dude, they're starting to fire people who do like port intake as far as like, the people that actually like bring in the shipping containers.
They have put our economy.
This is going to be a disaster. And I'm telling you, when these shelves are empty, this, unfortunately, is going to hurt us, but it's going to be a gift because I'm telling you right now, they cannot ignore this. These are pictures that we can bring up in 2026 and just be like, oh, yeah, What about this? There's not, last time we saw this was COVID. There wasn't even COVID this time. This was all the orange idiot.
On the verge of collapse. And keep in mind, this was all self-inflicted. This was an unforced error on behalf of Trump because the economy was doing relatively well. Yes, there were a lot of problems.
Most of us are completely uninformed with completely complicated, extremely complicated history of Egypt, Gaza. Yeah, see, now I actually brought that up, Rick. I brought that up to somebody in our chat talking about, when is the history, when do you stop counting at like certain history? And apparently it's only a couple hundred years and then you have to stop. It's like, wait.
With wealth inequality and wages, of course.
But then again, I'm coming from a perspective of I learned about this from a very biased Zionist perspective. I went to a heavy religious school that believed that just like the Cliff Notes version was that Israel was actually for the evangelical Christians, the actual chosen of God, and the Jews were just placeholders until Jesus comes back, and then we can go take our rightful place to be brought back to heaven. I swear to God, that's what they believe.
But we were on the verge of a recession.
Am I simplifying it? Yes. But that's what they believe.
In 2022, and
that's what I believed for way too long before I started questioning what the hell was going on.
Jerome Powell and Biden were able to stick the soft landing relatively well. Inflation came back down. We were on the right path, at least, even though the economy...
Oh, you were a paying member to TYT for a decade as well?
It was far from perfect, and Trump has yanked us off of that path.
We really are in a similar boat there, 5-alarm.
This article describes how, in less than a week, our
boat without shipping containers
will be in a tight spot. I mean, let's just start here, and then we'll go back to Ben Shapiro. Make sure you drop a like, drop some blue hearts.
Horrible.
And this thread reads, the White House
It'll still be Biden's fault.
has put itself and the country in a bad position, but doesn't even realize it yet. Around April 10th, China to U.S. trade shut down, but it takes about 30 days for containers to go from China to LA. So we're technically still experiencing the trade from pre-Liberation Day. 45 days to Houston by sea and 45 days to Chicago by train, then 55 to New York. So there's going to be a massive delay in the effects. That means that there are no economic effects of what was done on April 10th until about May 10th, because it takes 30 days for these tariffed ships to reach the shore. Around that time, it's already started to happen. Trucking work is going to dry up. Warehouses will start doing layoffs because no labor is needed to unload containers, reducing the need for shipping labor. All of this will start in the Los Angeles area. And please, please, please do not mistake this
as going to hit Chicago and Houston.
Me trying to panic you economically. All of the advice from any person who has a respectable economic philosophy like Warren Buffett or anyone is just keep a steady hand.
This kid, okay, guys, this is my problem with Mockler, is that he's already he's like a 40-year-old living a 20-year-old body. And guess what? I don't see him evolving on these points. I see him actually moving right.
Do not panic. I can't give financial advice, but you never want to panic move around your money. Like in the 2008 crisis, if you would have done...
Oh my God, he really is just like the definition of milquetoast.
...anything panicked or sold your whole portfolio, then you probably would have been screwed. So just let everything run its course. And my advice would be don't panic. But what do I know? What do I know? That being said...
What do you know? You're, 21? I'm not trying to be that guy, bro, but for fucking real. I apply this to myself. I was a dope until I was about 25, 26. Then I finally started actually having those moments where I was just like, oh, that's how that works.
Stocking up on extra toilet paper and toothpaste, that's not a bad idea. But I'm just worried that people are going to panic sell all of their assets. But what do I know? I don't know anything. Don't take advice.
Let me know if Streamlabs tries to make you create an account, because if that happens again, then I'm just going to make a new link for this.
This says, after about 2 weeks, it'll start hitting Chicago and Houston. Let's say the White House, after 3 weeks, changes its mind on May 31st. They say, quote, this isn't working out like we thought it would. Tariffs back to zero. Let's say China then says, bygones be bygones. We'll go back to how things were. Let's say every factory in China that got screwed by their orders being canceled says the same thing. Quote, no problem. We'll make and ship. The problem is, even under the most favorable conditions...
you mean Midas touch? Yeah.
...of China and the factories restarting economic ties as though nothing happened.
He doesn't work for TYT. He works for Midas.
...happened, it would take another 30 days before economic activity is activated and revived due to the 30-day delay between shipping. And that's just in LA. Remember, in Chicago, you'd then need to wait another 45 days. In Houston, 45 days. And New York at that point would still be getting containers from before April 10th because they have a 50-day delay. The whole situation is a bit like COVID lockdowns. I believe I said this at the beginning, but we are on the verge of a COVID-esque style lockdown. This says the whole situation is a bit like the lockdowns. Once you shut down, it takes a long time to get economic activity back to where it was, if you ever can. I was at the Trump rally, the 100-day celebration rally in Warren, Michigan a few days ago to debate his supporters, to push back, and a lot of them were saying, oh, it's just gonna be like COVID. We survived COVID. The only difference is many people didn't survive COVID. Many people had their lives ruined, but number three, this is an unforced error, a self-inflicted error entirely. Now let's move on to this updated article.
Kids have all the info without the wisdom now.
From this.
Yes. Yeah. And I am interested to see how this goes because I definitely was a product of that because I remember, God, I hate to admit this because this is how douchey I was. So I saw the documentary Zeitgeist, and this was pretty fresh into my atheism. And man, I not only I could repeat that pretty much verbatim. And then I started looking into it and just being like, yeah. See, I got even more info. And I remember talking to this guy about this stuff, and he was very not condescending to me. I'll put it that way, where he was totally engaging. And then I went to the conspiracy stuff, and he just said, listen, I'm going to stop you there. You got a real good head on your shoulders. Just give it a few years. You'll kind of tone it down a little bit, and you'll find your good spot.
Morning. Some of the last cargo ships.
Yes, Streamlabs is trying to make me sign up. I think I found a way. There should be a way around it. You shouldn't have to.
Carrying.
I know that because it's essentially a PayPal link.
Chinese goods without crippling tariffs are currently drifting into U.S. ports.
thrilled
And this
about
builds
that.
directly off the back of what I was just reading, how there's a 30-day delay. So keep that in mind. Cargo ships from China loaded after April 9th will carry with them the 145% tariff that Donald Trump slapped on goods from the nation last month. Next week, those goods will arrive, but there will be fewer ships at sea.
No, my attempt has
and they will
failed.
be carrying less cargo.
All right.
For
No,
many
this
importers,
explains why. That literally explains why I haven't been getting.
it is too expensive to do business with China. Yet China is still one of America's most important trading partners. It's where we get most of our clothes, footwear, electronics, and microchips, which power appliances, thermostats, and anything else that beeps. Businesses are making a difficult choice. Continue selling products from China at more than double their previous prices, or stop selling these products altogether. For consumers, that means that some products will be hard to find or may be expensive to buy. Listen to this, quote, starting next week is when we'll see the arrivals of the tariff announcement or the stuff that was tariffed on April 2nd. Remember, it takes roughly 40 days. Said the executive director of the Port of Los Angeles, quote, cargo coming into Los Angeles will be down 35% compared to a year ago. Imports into the United States during the second half of the year are expected to fall at least 20%, which means if there's less of a supply in the same amount of demand, prices will increase. JP Morgan expects a 75 to 80% drop in imports from there. That would essentially nuke the economy. Let's hear what little old Ben Shapiro has to say about it, because most conservatives have their head buried in the sand and their eyes closed. But I tuned into his show randomly this morning, and this dude is actually kind of ragging on Trump's economic policy.
If the economy is good, the president gets the credit. If the economy is bad, the president gets the blame. It is really that simple. Well, yesterday, the GDP report came in, and it showed negative GDP growth. 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth is typically termed a recession in sort of technical terms. Now, obviously, Americans are feeling very skittish about the economy in general right now. And feelings, unfortunately, don't care about your facts when it comes to the economy very often. Sometimes people feel worse about the economy than it actually is. Sometimes they feel better about the economy than it actually is. But all of those feelings tend to make themselves actually heard in the economic statistics eventually, because people...
Am I wrong here? Is it maybe his lighting? But Ben ain't looking good.
People are buying and selling and doing all of these things based on what they feel their own personal financial status is. According to the Wall Street Journal, the U.S. economy contracted in the first 3 months of 2025 as businesses rushed to stock up on imports ahead of the Trump administration's tariffs and consumer spending slowed. The Commerce Department said U.S. GDP fell at a seasonally and inflation-adjusted 0.3% annualized rate in the first quarter. That was the first contraction since the first quarter of 2022.
And this is self-inflicted, caused directly by Trump. I just had to point that out.
Consumer spending did increase at 1.8%. That is the smallest increase since mid-2023. Spending by the federal government fell, but
without like I'll go deeper into it after this, but for real, 5-alarm, that's what happened to me. Like I got told by my doctrine teacher that I needed to read the Bible and I needed to try and find a personal connection with it, because I had brought up how like Bible studies, they essentially are just like this way to skirt around what the Bible's actually saying, to fit it towards whatever the fuck you want it to say. And like you feel better because you have a group also agreeing with you, going, yeah, even though they could be completely wrong about it. So I brought that up and I was just like, yeah, I almost feel like we're losing the actual context of the Bible. And then you know what? He gave me the worst advice that he could have possibly given me if he wanted me to stay in that religion, and that was to read the Bible by myself. You know what I did? I got the audiobook read by James Earl Jones on tape, by the way. I had a tape deck at that time. And yeah, I listened to the Bible read by James Earl Jones, Darth Vader himself, and it was dope.
Driver of the first quarter contraction was?
But it also made me go, what the fuck?
Wait for it. The tariff war. Of course. It turns out everyone...
The Book of Ruth alone, I was like, this is... Did anybody else just go like, what the... Yo, we need an editor.
...has been on the edge of their seats. It's a roller coaster, this tariff war, at best. Investors have pulled their money out. If, in fact, they are spending, they are attempting to beat the tariffs to the table. They're essentially buying things, stocking up on imports before the tariffs hit. Net exports, the difference between what the United States imports and exports, subtracted nearly 5 percentage points from headline GDP. This was the biggest quarterly drag from net exports on record, dating back to 1947.
I actually feel like there might be a pretty good chance. Wait, did he say 1947? Damn. But I actually think there might be a pretty good chance that Trump's...
Oh, it was definitely hilarious when he asked me, like, oh, so he actually kind of sounded like Jerry Lewis. Oh, so what did you think? It was just like, well, it turns out that I might be losing my faith.
Insane, unpredictable, erratic economic policy will make a lot of median voters look back on the Biden admin and realize that he had a steady hand. Obviously, we understand that Biden and Jerome Powell were able to stick the soft landing through having a steady hand and through some very careful legislation on Congress and Biden's part. But a lot of American voters think that Biden crashed the economy or that inflation was terrible under Biden.
Bro, it was. Like, that's the thing. It was very bad. And honestly, like, I hate these people that carry water for this idea that like the inflation was down to 3%, but it's like, no, it was still fucking high.
That is just what is reflected in the poll.
The thing is, they were really bad at, like, he wants to sit here and glaze Biden's nuts and just be like, well, he was great on these issues. You're already carrying more water than they did for themselves, because they didn't actually hold, like, they didn't bring up how great he was for unions. They didn't bring up, like, until it was too late. Same with the insulin cap. Same with any actual substantive issue that he did, like, change for the better. No, they didn't run on him, man.
Many people think that. But after Trump's actual...
And God, you set it up there, man. Like, the fact that this kid, he has all the information but none of the wisdom. That's a perfect way to summarize Adam Mockler.
Like, self-inflicted sabotage economic policy where he just wants to tank the economy. Maybe people will realize, holy shit, the old man actually was just like had a steady hand at the wheel and was not crashing our economy.
I mean,
so basically, imports actually radically increased because everybody was trying to get in under the wire before all the tariffs.
Insert ageist joke here.
Kicked in. Imports subtract.
Don't forget the towel. You can always forget the towel.
From the Commerce Department's calculation of GDP because they represent the spend.
Kind of like they did in Leviathan. Let's be real. 10th edition or what? 11th edition has not been friendly. Is it 11th?
Foreign-made goods
no, it's 10th.
And services.
10th ed.
So,
talking about.
Does this mean the economy is weak? It doesn't. The economy.
Either way, they nerfed the fuck out of the towel.
The economy is not, in fact, weak. The economy, in the absence of the trade war, remains fairly robust at this point. Not like 5% GDP robust, but ready to grow. Deregulation and tax cuts without the trade war, and you'd have a booming economy right now, which is why I've been saying Peter Navarro needs to be fired. Just let Scott Bessent run this ship. That's all. Just let it happen.
He looks like he's he looks like he likes recording his videos after a fresh shower.
because of lack of faith in the American economy. De-dollarization continues.
BRB on the bus speculator. Nice.
This is foreign economies moving away from investment in the American dollar. According to
Thank you,
Axios,
Starman.
the U.S. dollar index in Trump's first 100 days fell 9.5% compared.
So Ben Shapiro spends
He's a star man.
a good amount of the video just listing off the
Isn't that pretty crazy, Bowie?
what's the opposite of accomplishment? The economic pitfalls that have been caused by the Trump admin over the past 100 days. And good, we're about to have idle ships. We're about to have empty ports. At the port of Shanghai in China, the biggest cargo ships are sitting idle. Shipping companies have even begun using smaller ships to move cargo as demand softens. Even so, sailings from China to the U.S.
I asked our bishop, so if God created Adam and Eve, who were white, why are there millions of people of different races? I was 9 and sat through my first exorcism.
fell 60% in April, and we will see
That sounds about
prices raise. Higher prices on store shelves coming in weeks. Once the cargo hits U.S. ports, the goods take as little as a few weeks to hit store shelves. And when the current inventory runs out, more expensive tariffed items
West
will
Coast.
make their way onto shelves. There's a lot of concern right now. Right now, retailers are in the process of trying to figure out their back to school and Christmas orders and how and when they're going to place those. Lord have mercy, caused directly by the guy who promised to lower prices on day one. I will keep you all updated. Make sure you drop a like, subscribe. I love you all. See you in the next one. Peace out.
I hate to say it, this is one of those times I'm just like, you know what? I'm kind of glad I don't have children. Excuse me. Had to take a little smoke break. All right. What else we got? Smoking sheets. Oh, speaking of, I forgot. I gotta make my little smoke hider thing. Oh, also, if you guys were here the other day and you were in Discord and you saw Anna's little trick for covering smoke up, don't do that. We have determined that it is not a good way to do things. So, gotta go. See you later. Hey, man, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate that. I will catch you later, man. Hopefully, next time you stop in, we will have a gifted membership for you. 5 Alarm Fire. The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. I mean, I never really had an exorcism. I was excommunicated from my church. That was fun. Like, that was real fun. What the hell is going on with this? There it goes. And yeah. It's one of those situations where once it happened too, like, dude, you don't have, it's not a 3-strike system. I found that out. They kind of made it sound like it was a strike system with me, though, because they were just like, you have a long list of reasons that we have brought you here, because I got brought in front of church elders. There are some gifted memberships in the Shadow Realm. You may just need to... Oh, yeah, guys, change your settings if you would like a gifted membership. I do know that... I think that I figured out you have to be subbed to the channel before the gifted memberships go out, and then you get them. And I think you also have to, like, be active on the channel for a little bit, so I'm getting used to it. Dr. Ganj! I mean, Dr. Ganj just, Dr. Ganj! Alright. Ooh, you know what? Let's do this real quick. I want to see this protest thing.
Come on, guys, help us with the loot.
Poison your lungs and poison your children, and they make more money, and then they don't have to pay you when you die of cancer and all that. Yeah, Democrats are terrible.
Thanks for becoming a member.
Oh, it's Mexican. Just kidding. All right, so.
This is the May Day protest in Chicago.
To come together. All right?
I'll be right back.
So
I gotta take a
federal
pee.
workers of all kinds, we're not just federal workers. We're also immigrants and community members and lovers and teachers and all sorts of things. And we all have to come together across all of the things that divided us previously, that the ruling class of both parties used to divide us, and come together and overcome those tools they use to keep us separated and stand with each other. And I'm going to read a quote from socialist presidential candidate Eugene Debs from 1918. And he said, "While there is a lower class, I am in it. While there is a criminal element, I am of it. And while there is a soul in prison, I am not free." They're coming for people that they're calling criminals. They constantly are dehumanizing people that they're attacking right now and calling them criminals. And even the criminal has a right to due process and has a right to rehabilitate. And so to conclude, stand with the people. Thank you all for being here and sticking it out for this speech and all the speakers to come who still have amazing things to say to you. And viva the people!
Thank you, Laureen. All right, where's Sochibata? There you are. Okay, I'm going to hear you right now. Are you ready? I know. Guess who's next? It's Nicole!
Hi everyone, I'm from UIC-UF Faculty Union at UIC. So in colleges and universities across the country, faculty, students, and staff are being disappeared, detained, deported, doxxed, fired, and silenced because they're immigrants, undocumented, international, because they're trans.
Okay, that, I hate to say, is not the turnout I was hoping for. That sucks. Let's see. Where was that? I don't even know where this was. Looks like it's out of a shipping warehouse.
If you were scrolling through the headlines today,
Here, yep. Let's
you might be feeling a little nervous about your wallet and your savings. In case you missed any of it, allow me to be a human doom scrolling for you. McDonald's reporting its worst quarter sales.
What do you mean? Everything's great
Since the COVID pandemic, and a pullback in sales from low
They're all lying.
income and middle income customers. General Motors
It's the Biden economy.
expecting
It's all the Biden economy.
Trump's tariffs will end up costing the company up to $5 billion as the company slashes their projected profit guidance for the year. The last ships carrying non-tariffed goods from China are starting to arrive here in the United States, meaning that very soon, economists project, consumers could start to feel price hikes or notice empty shelves. On top of all this, tomorrow we're going to get the April jobs report, which will give us a clear look at how the economy is coping with Trump's tariff launch and DOGE cuts simultaneously. We can hope for good news there, I suppose. Those are just some pieces of the economic puzzle that we're trying to make sense of. Joining us now to discuss, Orrin Cass. He's the chief economist at American Compass. And Orrin, to those of us who are not economists,
McDonald's sales down may be good for public health. That's true.
Things seem a little grim right now. Can you give us your gut check on what all of this might mean for the American consumer?
Sure. Thanks for having me, Jake. I thought that was a little bit of a bizarre lead-in for the day that brought the stock market back up to positive territory for the last month.
Well, there you are. There you go.
know,
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And that's the end of the segment. I don't think the stock market is the right measure necessarily of the health of the economy. And among other things, I think, there could be very good economic policies that do lead to drops in the stock market. But I think if you're asking what do people make of the last month, all things in.
I just love how sad everybody is that has any actual common sense. But the party is at Fox News. The party is in MAGA. All these idiots, they seem happy as clams.
What you're seeing is certainly there was a lot of volatility and disruption initially.
RFK is going to claim the McDonald's thing as a win.
But things have really calmed down since then. And I think, as you said, we are about to see
more McDonald's for me.
The effect of the China tariffs hit fully, and we should expect some.
They were gonna rename the Big Mac the Big Don.
Disruption there. We obviously became totally dependent in some cases on Chinese production for some things, and that's not a good thing. And reversing that is going to have costs. But I think it's very encouraging to see us moving in a direction where
I also requested that they make the buns a little bit smaller because I can't fit my hands around them. The buns are just too big.
Where we make some trade-offs and we say, look, we dug ourselves a hole. We're finally starting to climb back out of it.
Make McDonald's great again.
Here's what the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent highlighted in yesterday's cabinet meeting. Take a listen.
Energy costs have plummeted. Mortgage rates are
More
down.
like little
Food costs
Don.
are moving lower, and American families are finding their financial footing.
It's almost like the hamburger bun reminds me of the top of a mushroom. That also. Oh, wait a minute. I'm triggered.
Do you agree with his characterization? Do you think American families feel that they're regaining their footing?
Well, I think the statistics he cited were correct in terms of how American families are feeling. I think we're going to have to see what.
Did this guy get in trouble when he was 7 years old and his face just decided to wrap around that?
What the results are.
Kind of looks like Sam Cedar now. I'm looking at
this plays out. On one hand, a lot of the data looks pretty good. On the other hand, I think we've seen hits to business confidence and consumer confidence that, that's not a good thing in itself.
Hey, be nice with cholesterol issues.
And certainly it can then drive costs, and
some of us have genetics that aren't exactly great. Okay.
Slower economy. So I think the important thing is to not sort of wildly overreact in any particular direction, and instead to look at what's happening, and also to continue pushing for good policy. I think the China tariffs are a perfect example where right now we probably are pushing the pedal down harder than we need to. I think the goal has to be to stop relying on China over time. And in a sense, what matters the most is what will the tariff be 3 years from now?
I mean, our man Luigi, he couldn't even avoid, the call to the MacDo.
So that investors start reacting accordingly. I think
that's weird that MacDo took him down.
Get people focused on that. Get people
needed some
accepting
hashies,
things
bro.
are going
Just
to
needed
change,
those
and
hashies.
thinking about how to do that transition well. In the long run, we'll be very glad we did this.
Yeah, we've been talking to small business owners from coast to coast, trying to do one every day if we can. And some are supportive, some are worried. The ones who feel the most heard and the most supportive are people like the shrimper that we spoke with yesterday in South Carolina, who is just fed up with the unfairness of his industry because of the unhealthy shrimp that gets dumped from India, et cetera, into the United States. But a lot of people, even Trump supporters,
you do remember we had that little thing called an oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, right?
Are just worried
because
of the uncertainty, because of the unpredictability.
Unhealthy fucking
What do you
fish.
say to them?
Come on now.
Well, what I would say is that we made a decision about 25 years ago when we embraced China and said we want to have free trade with China. We want them to be in the World Trade Organization. That, of course, unleashed enormous amount of uncertainty and huge costs. We saw offshoring of entire industries. We did get a lot of cheap stuff, but we've paid a really major price for it. And the question now is, are we happy with that decision, or would we rather make a different trade-off? And so if you're happy with how things have gone, if you think the
all right, you effing dork, you really do believe in the whole, like, he's bringing the manufacturing back to America. We're making our industries great, and they're not gonna lower prices, guys. This sucks. Like, this is it. Like, they're gonna jack up prices. They're never bringing them back down. They did this with fucking COVID, and you know what? I guess we deserve it because not enough of us are saying anything.
Cheap stuff.
Because, like, for real, at some point, like, we're going to need, like, this is what really sucks is as much as I can sit here talking shit about, like, the Trump supporters and, like, how dumb they are, we're going to need them to actually, like, say something. That's what, like, I'm coming to that realization that they are going to be the ones that's going to get Trump to go, you know what? Shit.
From China is
Start
great.
panicking.
If you don't care whether we make things in America, then you might be disappointed by changing that. But if you regret that decision, if you wish we'd made a different one, if you want to see us make a different one now, then I think it's entirely fair to be concerned about the costs that we're going to face in the short run. But we have to think of those as an investment. And if we want to make a different choice and be on stronger footing for our economy for the long run, then it's an investment worth making. And we have to have that longer term view of where we can get to.
Aside from China, the White House is arguing that the trade deals with other countries are coming. Take a listen to the director of the White House National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, on CNBC this morning.
Secretary Lutnick and Jameson Greer are making progress with numerous countries. I think it's more than 20 now, where we actually have hard offers on the table. I'm sure there'll be news by the end of the day.
So you don't know if it's who's first, if it's India or South Korea or what's going on with Japan. Can you tease us? Can you give us anything? Can you dangle?
I think I know, but I can't tease.
No tease, no dangle. But do you believe that some of these
No! This guy wants a dangle in his face real bad. He wants to be teased, guys. You heard it right there.
deals are actually going to happen and soon, and they're going to be able to provide some economic relief?
Gross.
I certainly expect to see some deals happen. You know, in a sense,
Man, I just saw that counter. All right. People be buying some Haribo in that checkout line.
best precedent for this is what Ronald Reagan did with Japan.
I love Americans, but America, it might be gone forever.
I guess almost 2 generations ago now, where we had in Japan a trading partner that was pursuing a strategy that just was not good for the United States. And in something like, cars, we were seeing all of these low cost imports come in. And we negotiated under the threat of tariffs. We made
he totally said
a deal.
He
They
totally
decided to
said it.
limit their exports to the United States. And they told Honda and Toyota, go set up shop in America.
Do you think that when he said that, he was like, oh, oops.
Instead. And
That's
that's
not what
where
I
we
meant.
got the tens of billions of dollars of investment, the hundreds of thousands of jobs in
I could not be a cameraman at CNN. I'd be like,
the American South, and now an entire auto industry there. It's so much
You're
that the
Canuck.
Toyota
Nice.
Camry has more American-made content in it than almost any American
Well, I'm a
car.
Blackhawks fan.
And so I think those are the kinds of deals we should be looking for, and they absolutely are
Well, the funniest part is I hear dangle and immediately I'm thinking hockey move.
plausible. They've happened before.
I do want to get your reaction to what President
You
Trump
call it a dangle or a juke, either one.
said yesterday when asked about the state of the economy. Take a listen.
Maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, and maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. They have ships that are loaded up with stuff, much of which, not all of it, but much of which we don't need.
I don't know about you, Oren. I'm a connoisseur of New York Post covers. This is one in reaction to the $2 instead of $30. It's a skimp on the Barbie. Pretty clever. But I think one of the questions I have for you is, what about what President Trump said? I mean, you acknowledged disruption. He's acknowledged disruption.
Oh, no, I know.
There is real pain and fear.
$2, Donnie.
Is it really just
only $2? You only get the $2.
$2 instead of $30, or are there the changes you're talking about? Aren't they bigger than that?
Well, in a sense, they're a lot less big than that. I mean, $2 instead of 30 would, you're talking about what I guess a doll costing 15 times as much. I don't think that's the sort of effect that you're going to see. I think what you're going to see is that there will be certain areas where we are extraordinarily dependent on China and we don't have good substitutes. And so in the short run, you'll either see prices on some of those things go up significantly. Maybe a doll is one of them. But for the most part, what you're going to see is, first of all, businesses finding other ways to solve their problems, finding other sources of supply, and also taking more seriously the option of U.S. sources of supply. And you're going to see consumers choosing among the options available to them, those options that aren't dependent on China. So if one kind of doll only comes from China, and there's a different doll or a stuffed animal that also comes from another country, you're not going to go from $30 to $2. You're going to go from just buying dolls to maybe buying more of something else. And so I don't want to minimize. I think, as I said, there's certainly disruption here. There's certainly cost. But I think we have to do a better job.
This is communism for Republicans, where politicians telling us what we can and can't buy.
Of asking, which of these costs are there really any potentially catastrophic ones? And let's figure out how to anticipate and avoid those. But let's also accept that some shift in the kinds of things we buy is in fact a good thing if what we're talking about is being less reliant on China and hopefully also making more things in America.
All right, Oren Cass, thanks so much. Appreciate your time today, sir.
Osmosis Jones, what? Like the movie? The movie? Like, oh damn! Actually, I want to check that out. Not now. That's a copyright hit and a half. But yeah, man, that'd be fun. I actually like that movie. I can't remember if I like. Would I like it now though? Does it hold up? We'll see. I might have to do like that and then do like a little review. My first movie review, Osmosis Jones. Honestly, that's not a bad one to start with. Are you prepared to speak Hindi? No. I can barely speak English, my friend. I remember that flick. Chris Rock did a great voiceover. Yeah, wasn't Bill Murray in it? I feel like it's, yeah, Bill Murray is the guy that like, he's the body that they're in, right? Man, I have got to watch that movie. It has been forever. I bet that movie has some, like, some underrated jokes. You know what? The animation was always, like, pretty good. Because that was right about the time when they were, like, starting to go, like, exclusively CG. So, yeah. Those Gulf of America hats are fucking ridiculous. Yeah, no shit. Saw those too. What about all those MAGA hats? I think those are not necessary. Yep. Yeah, it was Bill Murray. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Man. There's a reason I started learning Hindi. The time has come. For what? You're moving to India? Like, dude, there's some shit going down in Kashmir. I'm not sure if you know that. I'm not sure if you would want to do that, but Ingrid Ginger had a great live stream yesterday covering the cost of imports. So, yeah, like, was he, like, literally looking through, like, the list of the costs? Because, like, this is what sucks, is I have friends that could literally give me exactly what I need here. But, yeah. Our manufacturing is moving to India. Oh. Oh, gotcha. Hats are a good way to easily spot easy scam targets or avoid dumb conversations. That's true. That's very true. But also, like, for real, like, yeah, these people, they are so, like, they want to be scammed. I've been saying that, man. Like, these people, it's like, you would think they go buy cars from car dealerships every year just because they love getting scammed so much. Like, it makes them feel so good. Why is that not working? Did it again. Give me a second, guys. Scam me harder, Donnie. Oh, actually, it's not a bad shirt. That one's going in the idea book. That one's, oh shit, dude! I gotta get my PayPal link here. Oh, by the way, here, you can try this link again for my mom's memorial fund. Oh, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, dude. Hell yeah. Make sure that you guys have the ability to accept gifted subs. Gnome, actually, that goes for you if you are a new subscriber. Yeah, let's see. Price of goods. Let's take a look. Proud to be an American, where I'm told how much I need. I don't need 30 dollies when 2 is all I need. And I stand up on my knees. Blood rushes to my head. What grocery items are about to get more expensive? 5 minutes. Wait, when does this come out? April 9th? Olive oil. Olive oil, vinegar, coffee. That's a big one. We have achieved North Korea status yet? I mean, dude. So I subbed with Swift already. I like to keep this thing gray on this profile. Oh, okay. Gotcha. No worries. No worries at all. I will respect that. I bought 20 pounds of coffee last week. Yeah. Yeah, surprisingly, people aren't buying the stuff that they need. Or like that is going to increase in price. Like they don't seem to get it. Which, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna hold their hands. What the hell is this? Wait a minute. Also leaves a gift for someone else. He is left on lurk. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, talk to you later, man. Got a jet for a bit. No, I appreciate you being here. Thank you, man. You guys rule. Thank you for stopping by. And also, if you see AG, is he streaming tonight? I think he mentioned that he was not going to stream tonight. Can't remember. I know that his schedule's been a little wonky too, so I don't know how much more it'll get, but I buy $18 a pound coffees, so it will probably go to 23. Well, it depends. It depends on where it's coming from. Because again, the tariffs, it's not as, it's the stuff coming from China that we have to like really focus this on. Like, I have a feeling that that's getting a little lost here. Because people are starting to talk about like coffee and, you know, the olive oil shit like from, you know, like early April. Because we just saw that's from April 8th, right? When all of this stuff is gotten updated. Actually here. Let's do the ground news segment real fast because we got some updates on ground news. Trump media moves to incorporate in Florida. Why? Taps Mike Walls as UN ambassador. Ha! So Walls got fired and then given a new job. Names Rubio as national security advisor. What? You're kidding me. General Motors to deploy COVID playbook to offset $5 billion tariff hit. Let's see. By the way, guys, I am also sponsored by Ground News. If you guys do not have a Ground News subscription already and you want to try it out, you can try it for free. And then you can use this link to get 40% off. And it really, really helps out my channel. So if you guys want 40% off Ground News. And I'm telling you, man, I personally use it to cut around the algorithm. I wanted them as a sponsor, so I sucked them out. And yeah, I love the way that they set everything up for you. You can see left, right, center. I just love being able to have everything nice and curated easily for me to navigate. So General Motors to deploy COVID playbook. General Motors announced on May 1st, 2025, it lowered its first-year adjusted EBIT guidance to $10 billion to 12.5 billion due to tariff-related costs in the American sector. The reduced forecast follows Donald Trump's excessive recent executive orders, easing some 25% tariffs on automobiles and parts, although tariffs still pose a $4 billion to $5 billion cost for GM this year. GM paused its stock buyback. Oh boy, they paused their stock buyback. Oh no! Whatever will they do? And acknowledge ongoing uncertainty around the trade policies, while other companies like Harley-Davidson and Church & Dwight also face tariff-related financial disruptions and forecast adjustments. Potential $5 billion U.S. trade tariff impact. Harley-Davidson yanks full-year forecast over uncertain global tariff situation. This is all caused by Donald Trump. I mean, I know I'm really breaking the news there, but this is literally, it's all caused by one guy. Like, this is insane to me. All right, let's take a look at the blind spot. Democrats who went to El Salvador to protest deportation of Kilmer Abrego stayed at a luxury. 0% left reporting on that. Where were they supposed to... Actually, hold on. So, where were they supposed to stay? Like, because... You know that the same party that's like bitching about that, they talk about like how crime-ridden it is. Hey, Pep Talks AG is streaming. I've got to head out and mod. Have a good night. Oh, hey, tell them I said hello. And thank you again for everybody popping by. You know what? Tell him I'll actually be able to swing by the stream tonight around 8:30. Or in about an hour or two. Because I got to go pick up the wife tonight, so... let's see what the right is. Should probably subscribe to the Blind Spot newsletter. I gotta be honest, I don't like this new format. Wonder if I can change this. Because before it was split down the middle, left and right. This is... I mean, I think that it was creating that issue, though, where it's like, yeah, I was kind of using it just to go and be like, let's see what the right wing's going after. But, all right. Jussie Smollett settles civil lawsuit. Oh boy, I bet that really pissed off a bunch of people. For, like, what reason? Although what he did was fucking stupid. Let's not deny that. I hate the people that are just like, oh, it was a hit piece. It's like, nah. He did that shit, dude. Like, he's a fucking weird guy. Like, let's just be honest. That was weird as shit. So. Brett Baer confronts J.D. Vance on poor economic data. The economy shrank. Really? He actually did, huh?
Get prescription.
How high-tech this steelmaking facility was. There's a lot of criticism that Donald Trump is trying to bring back the jobs of the past. These are the jobs of the future. Making American steel, building bridges and automobiles, homes for American people, and doing it in an incredibly sophisticated way. I just wanted to get a tour of one of the most high-tech steelmaking facilities of the world. I also, of course, wanted to meet the workers because, you know, what President Trump has said, he's been clear about this, not just since his first term, but going back to the 1980s when he was talking about this stuff on Oprah and Phil Donahue. The president thinks that we have to make more of our own stuff.
The economy shrank.
Oracle Cat.
First time in 3 years. People are pointing to the tariff policy. There are people looking at their 401ks that are worried. What do you tell them? Is this going to work?
So the first thing is, when you talk about the economy, this is Joe Biden's economy, and we inherited $2 trillion of debt, the highest peacetime deficits in American history, a $1.2 trillion trade deficit, which fundamentally means we're not making enough of our own stuff. And the president came in and he said, this is not
How that
always going to be easy.
It's bonds, you dumbass. It's bonds, you dumbass. It's bonds, you dumbass. Holy shit.
Very easy.
Guys, I hate to say this, man. Like,
For Donald Trump.
we're in for a long 4 years still.
To do what administrations past have done, which is borrow a lot of money and continue fueling the national debt. He said, no, we need a reset. We need American workers to have better jobs. We need to protect the jobs that they have right now. And we need to be more self-reliant as an economy, which, by the way, will drive down those skyrocketing levels of debt that we've seen. That is what he promised he
I lost enough for it to be an
was
inconvenience.
going to do. And he came in and we've started that process. Now, you're right, Brett. It doesn't happen overnight. This isn't always going to be easy. But if you think about what he's doing, he's saying for 40 years, with the exception of his first term, you had American leadership who were fundamentally offshoring America's wealth and prosperity.
He
to foreign
still
companies.
was.
He's
What are you
saying,
talking
we're gonna
about?
Reshore America's wealth and make.
Yeah, okay. But you're just not listening, guys. You're just not listening. This is... it's gonna be fun. Give me 1 second here, guys. Look something up real quick. All right, guys. Just so you guys know, I did get this link working. Here. I don't think that you will need a account anymore. I figured out what happened. They were trying to do some weird promotional stuff, and I had to opt out of it. So yeah, that will take you directly to my mom's memorial fund, and that will that is the easiest way to support the stream as well, because it is the one that does not take the most. So Angela Case sells homes. Hey, you sell homes. Hey, cool. How are you? Welcome. God, everybody from are you from AG's community as well? Because man, gotta say, I really appreciate everybody stopping by today, because I love me some AG. I do. It is regrettable that we we cross streams. But yeah, it's regrettable that we are on at the same time. But you know what? I'm looking forward to the day where we get to do a little collab. So you are awesome. Well, welcome to the channel. I appreciate having you here, and hope you guys are having fun. If you have not hit the like button, it definitely helps me out in the algo. I will be completely real with you. Also, same with the subscription. So I appreciate all the support, though. Thank you so much for being here. All right, let's get to the next segment, though. Because Brett Baer, I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, even Brett Baer's like, hey, guys, we should probably, like, start covering, like, how the economy is on the downturn, because we don't want our viewers to be, like, so shocked that they're gonna blame us. They're gonna be like, why didn't you say anything? Because you know that's coming. You do know that's coming. Hell, I'm expecting that in my own personal life, where it's like, how come you guys didn't say anything about this? It's like, we I'm just going to laugh. That's all I'll do. All right. Well, I'm not usually the biggest fan of Rachel Maddow, but she did have a good take about this. I caught the first few minutes on Mediaite and decided, hey, you know what? Let's watch the full clip. So let's go.
So I've been saying this week, as we come to the end of me being here for shows every night, that I wanted to spend these last few shows talking about some of what is around the corner for Trump's second 100 days and beyond. Some new threats in what Trump is doing that the country, I think, hasn't really focused on yet, but I think this is stuff that's on its way. On Monday night, we talked about the first thing I really wanted to raise a flag on, which is this military zone Trump has created on the border where active duty U.S. troops have been given legal authorization to arrest U.S. citizens and search U.S. citizens on U.S. soil. That is not something the American military is supposed to do. Second thing we talked about last night, which is all of these immigration-related powers being turned against U.S. citizens, agents smashing up the house of a U.S. citizen and her daughters in Oklahoma City, U.S. citizens getting letters from the government telling them to leave the country, U.S. citizens being arrested and held in immigration prisons, U.S. citizen children being sent out of the country. This is something that is already happening here. This is not a slippery slope to worry about in the future. It's already happening. But here's the third thing I wanted to raise. Something that we sort of just, I think, haven't really gotten our heads around it yet. And it relates to DOGE and Elon Musk and what he's done in Washington. But it's the sort of black box at the center of whatever he has been doing in Washington. We know that DOGE is not about saving money, because even the amount of money that they claim to have saved, it's barely more than the amount of money they are thought to have wasted with the way they have behaved in Washington. There's been a ton of embarrassing and really indefensible mistakes that Musk and the DOGE team have made. But those mistakes, no matter how much publicity they get and how often they need to be reversed.
God, that loser had Donald Trump sign his hat. Oh, my God.
It hasn't led them to stop making those mistakes. They haven't course corrected on any of that. So it seems like maybe they're not even viewing those things as mistakes. The one thing they are consistently doing, and doing as aggressively as possible, and they haven't given us an explanation for why they're doing it, is that they are aggregating data.
Elon Musk has been MIA. Oh, yeah, he has. Did you see the report today about how Tesla is looking for a new CEO?
It is a huge data grab from what appears to be every agency in the government. And that really appears to be their only consistent priority, the only thing they are consistently and aggressively doing everywhere they insert themselves. What is that about? Why are they doing that? This is from investigative journalist Julia Engwin, who has reported on data privacy and security for years.
They dismissed the report.
She's writing in the New York Times today. She says, quote, DOGE is assembling a sprawling domestic surveillance system for the Trump administration, the likes of which we have never seen in the United States. Over the past 100 days, DOGE teams have grabbed personal data about U.S. residents from dozens of federal databases and are reportedly merging it all into a master database. This month, House Democratic lawmakers reported that a whistleblower had come forward to reveal that the master database will combine data from federal agencies, including Social Security, the IRS, and the Department of Health and Human Services. The whistleblower also alleged that DOGE workers are filling backpacks with multiple laptops, each one loaded with purloined agency data. What this amounts to is a stunningly fast reversal of our long history of siloing government data to prevent its misuse. In their first 100 days, Musk and Trump have knocked down the barriers that were intended to prevent them from creating dossiers on every U.S. resident. Now they seem to be building a defining feature of many authoritarian regimes, comprehensive files on everyone, so they can punish those who protest. A longtime civil liberties lawyer tells Ms. Engwin for the Times today, quote, this is what we were always scared of. The infrastructure for turnkey totalitarianism is there for an administration willing to break the law. Joining us now is Julia Engwin. She's founder of Proof News. She's the author of Dragnet Nation, A Quest for Privacy, Security, and Freedom in a World of Relentless Surveillance. Ms. Engwin, I really appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
So I think that your op-ed is really helpful. I'm not any more tech savvy than the average bear, but I have found myself increasingly worried about what we don't know about why DOGE is assembling data the way they are and what they are planning to do with it. For an audience that may not be totally familiar with surveillance technology and the kind of privacy protections that you're so well versed in, can you explain in just layman's terms what you're most worried about here?
Well, what I'm worried about is the fact that the federal government has incredibly sensitive data about us, and we never really think about it, right? We send in our IRS returns, and that every penny we've spent and everything we've earned, we file an unemployment claim benefit, we get a Social Security check, and all those things are separate, and we deal with separate agencies, and never before has the government contemplated putting them all in one place. But that's what DOGE is doing. And the thing is that the reason that governments want to do that usually is they want to build these comprehensive dossiers on people. So essentially, the thing that authoritarians really like is they want to be able to say with a snap of a finger, I don't like this person, let's find something on him. And if they have to go to 6, 10 agencies to figure out that thing, that's hard. They want it all in one place. So they want to be able to just get something on you. China is sort of the example that does this. They have these master files that they have on every citizen that are everything that they've ever done. It's called social credit scores. They have, and they use it to punish dissent. And I'm very worried that that's where we're going.
That's totally where we're going, guys.
We have a president who's been really outspoken about he wants revenge on his political enemies, and we have somebody collecting data about everyone so that he can go after his enemies.
You write really, I think, articulately and clearly about the privacy laws and the sort of inherent safety structures that are built into siloing data the way that you're describing, so it can't be easily combined. But if the type of one-stop shopping master database is being compiled here, is U.S. privacy law powerless against it? I mean, could legal action force the dismantling of something like that, or would it effectively be beyond the law?
Well, our privacy law is really not up to the task. First of all, we are one of the only nations that doesn't have a comprehensive privacy law that protects, basically sets a minimum baseline for all data usage.
Yeah, it's almost like Congress should have gotten on that.
Every other country has one. And almost every other country has a data protection authority that's an agency tasked specifically with protecting data. So we're already behind. But then if you look at the law that specifically applies to the federal government data, the Federal Privacy Act, it was passed in 1974 basically under a thought that, like, we would have good faith actors who would be making sort of maybe a mistake with data, but not acting malevolently. So there's really no fines. I mean, minimum fines. There's very little remedies. Basically, the remedy is you go to the court and say, they took my data, they were wrong, I want it corrected. Sort of like the idea was more like correcting your credit score or getting your name changed. And so there isn't a lot that the judges have to work with when they are they know that this law applies, but there's not a lot that they can do to stop other than saying make sure that the data is correct, or that you publish a notice in the Federal Register saying you're going to use the data for this purpose, both of which are not really adequate remedies for the creation of dossier files about every citizen, the likes of which we have never seen.
Yeah, which just highlights the need to have a political response to this that creates a political cost for those who are trying to do it. First step toward that is understanding what they're doing. And I think your work on this has really helped me at least understand what the threats are and what the parameters of this are. So Julia Engwin, investigative journalist, thank you so much for your writing on this, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, much more news ahead here tonight. Stay with us.
They're not fucking terrifying at all. Not terrifying at all, guys. Again, one of those situations where it's just like, oh, we weren't actually, I think that we weren't really, being alarmist enough. All right, so actually, here, you know what? I forgot that I had this. Give me 1 second. Bernie Sanders. Wait, what?
Do you want to die? And I talked about virgins. And just listen to what he's saying here. Play this clip.
Imams, who I got to know in Michigan.
Who cares? Anti-Trump May Day protests erupt coast to coast. Ooh,
We
here
have
we go.
been covering May Day protests across the country, demonstrations against Trump administration policies, including on immigration. They are playing out across the United States. CNN's Danny Freeman is joining us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, clearly amid the crowd there. Danny, what have you seen?
Yeah, Casey, frankly, today here in Philadelphia and across the country, a lot of lively crowds. We're right here in front of City Hall, and we're actually watching Bernie Sanders, who's been speaking at the microphone for a number of minutes right now. He has been rallying folks here. This event here in Philadelphia is sponsored by the AFL-CIO. He's been speaking very strongly in favor of unions, in favor of workers' rights as well.
You know what? Hold on. I gotta find the actual Bernie speech. I'm pretty sure I got that. Give me 1 second. There we go.
So much. So, I'm proud to introduce someone who always fights for the workers, someone who understands solidarity, because billionaires are afraid of solidarity. We are proud to stand in solidarity with
I'd argue I was being plenty alarmist. Remember them? Yeah. I mean,
everyone. Please,
I was being hyperbolic. That's not Bernie. That's not Bernie.
That's Bernie.
All right.
Thank you, Philadelphia. Let me thank all of you for coming out this afternoon. Let me thank Danny Bowder and the Philadelphia AFL-CIO. And let me thank all those who have spoken and will be speaking in a few moments. Brothers and sisters, what we are celebrating today in May Day is, in a sense, a sacred holiday. And all over our country, workers are coming out demanding justice, and all over the world, in dozens of countries, workers are standing up to oligarchy and demanding a world in which all people have a decent standard of living. Today, we remember the struggles and the sacrifices of workers for hundreds of years who have stood up to powerful special interests to create a better world. And today we thank our brothers and sisters in the trade union movement for continuing that struggle. May Day, as you know, was established way back in 1886. And workers then stood up to their very powerful bosses and said, you know what, we don't want to be slaves. We don't want to work 60, 70 hours a week. We want an 8-hour day. And throughout our history, workers stood up and they said, you know what, children should not be working in factories or in the fields. They should be in good schools.
Oh my God. Okay, he's got poop. Oh, dude.
And throughout the years, workers said, we don't want our brothers and sisters dying in factories. We want safe working conditions. And workers in the trade union said that when people work more, than 40 hours a week, as so many millions in our country do, they deserve and must have time and a half. And as a result of the struggles of the trade union movement, we have come a long way, not quite far enough, to end discrimination so that all people have an opportunity for a decent job, no matter what the color of their skin, where they were born, or their sexual orientation. And when we think about history, I want you all to remember the fact that we have a social security system today which guarantees benefits to our older people and disabled did not happen by accident. The trade union movement made it happen. And the fact that senior citizens today through Medicare can get the health care they need did not happen by accident. Trade union workers made it happen. And today, the fact that millions of lower income people and elderly people in nursing homes get supported by Medicaid did not happen by accident. The trade union movement made it happen. So my point is that because of the trade union movement, this country has come a long way over the last 150 years. But let me tell you something that you're not going to see in corporate media, and something that you're not going to hear much about on the halls of Congress. And that is that while we have accomplished much, we still have an enormously important road forward if we're going to create an economy that works for all of us, not just a few. So let us be clear and lay it out on the table. In the year 2025 in America, we are now living in an oligarchic form of society. Never before in our history have so few had so much wealth while so many Americans are struggling. Never before have so few had so much political power, while millions of Americans no longer vote. Millions of others have given up on democracy because they look at government and they say, government is owned by billionaires, you are not representing us. You know, a few years ago, when I talked about oligarchy, people were saying, oh, what is Bernie talking about? Well, Donald Trump has made it very clear what we are talking about when we talk about oligarchy. Oligarchy is a president who, when he gets inaugurated, he doesn't hide it. Right behind him are the three wealthiest people in America, Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg. And right behind them are 13 other billionaires who he has appointed to head major government agencies. I think all of us remember that when Abraham Lincoln was in Gettysburg, right here in Pennsylvania, and he looked out at a battlefield where a few days before 20,000 Union soldiers had died or been wounded. And he looked out and he said, our vision for the future of America is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Well, what everyone knows is that today we have a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class, and we will not allow that to continue. And let me be very clear. These oligarchs, these billionaires are not nice people. They are incredibly greedy people.
They are meanie bobinis. They are incredibly meanie bobinis.
You might think that somebody
gonna smoke
who
this.
has $10 or $20 billion might be content, might think that's enough. Not these guys. They want it all. And they are prepared to destroy Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, nutrition programs in order to get more tax breaks for themselves. So today, brothers and sisters, we tell these greedy oligarchs, this country belongs to all of us, not the billionaire class.
Can't stand this
And
man
let
at
me
me.
tell you what else that is going on in our country today. Today, in the richest country in the history of the world, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. Many of you are living paycheck to paycheck. Millions of people should not and will not live paycheck to paycheck in the richest country in the history of the world. Today in America, one man, Elon Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households. Today in America, working class people live 7 years shorter lives than the rich. Today in America, the top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. And CEOs make 350 times.
Ooh, lemon, lime,
more
liquid
than
IV,
the
and
average
tea.
worker.
Ooh, I'll try that.
And here is something that we don't talk about enough, and it tells us why the American people are furious. Today, the average worker in America, despite a huge explosion in technology and worker productivity, that average worker is earning less money per week in inflation accounted for dollars than he or she did 52 years ago. So it's not hard to understand what's happened. Over the last 50 years, the very richest people in this country have become much richer, while 800,000 people today sleep out on the street and the average worker struggles. So let me tell you something. I have gone all over this country, as some of you may know. And what I am proud to tell you is the American people by the millions are saying no to oligarchy, no to Trump's authoritarianism, no to Trump's kleptocracy, and no to tax breaks for billionaires. And I'm here in Pennsylvania to tell any member of the Pennsylvania delegation that if they vote for tax breaks for billionaires
I can't do creatine anymore. I had a kidney issue because of creatine.
and cut Medicaid, nutrition, and education, we are going to throw them out of their jobs. But brothers and sisters, our job right now, in my view, is twofold. First, we have got to fight Trump every single day. But secondly, we need to have a vision as to where our country goes in the future. And here is the bottom line. And
Bernie needs to get Rogan on these rallies. I mean, honestly, as much as like a lot of people would hate it, that would change a lot of shit.
Democratic colleagues in the Congress, stop defending the status quo economically.
Yeah.
An economy in which the rich get richer
Yep.
and working people struggle should not be defended. So there are a number of things that we have got to keep our eyes on and understand. Please, you are living in the richest country in the history of the world. It is not a radical idea. It is not utopian to say that every man, woman, and child can and should have a decent standard of living. And at the top of the list of what we have got to do is to end a corrupt campaign finance system. A system that allows billionaires in both political parties to control the political process and our economy. Brothers and
Yeah, I was about to say, more realistically, Bernie and AOC do need to go on a show. I'm telling you, man, AOC would change a lot of minds. It's just a fact. What the fuck is going... Okay, guys, so I'm just going to let you in on this. So I got my YouTube studio on. For some reason, I'm watching my view count just literally tick down. Like, literally a viewer almost, like, per minute. And that's not normal. Like... It's like the actual views on my stream. I've never had that happen before.
Not billionaires buying elections.
Like, what the fuck?
And if we're going to deal
Happen
with
again.
the massive
There it goes.
income and wealth
Whatever, man.
inequality that currently exists, we're going to not give the rich tax breaks. We're going to demand that the billionaires and their corporations start paying their fair share of taxes. And if we're going to build the movement that we need to take power in this country, we need to grow the trade union movement in this country.
Maybe they're jumping onto AG stream. No, I think you're missing what I'm saying. So like there's consecutive viewers and then there's like views, like counted views for the stream. It's literally I'm watching like I started this Bernie video and it was like at 107 for like the and it was like ticking up. Dude, I'm at 85 84.
Right now,
whatever, man.
There are millions of workers who want to join
Whatever.
unions. They're unable to
I don't know what's going on, and honestly at this fucking point it's this is what sucks. It probably is literally like the Trump algorithm now, and this is it. Like, here we go, guys. This is what's gonna happen. This is how they're gonna knock out content creators. Is they're just gonna be like, yeah, look, no pushing the algo for you.
Sign a union card, they're going to belong to a union.
Weird, yeah. Yeah, it's the first time this has ever happened. That's why I'm calling it out. I usually would ignore shit like this, but that's fucked up.
Brothers and sisters, we need
literally
to raise
never
the
has
minimum
happened.
wage in this country to a living wage. No worker working 40 hours a week should live in poverty. And brothers and sisters, if we're going to compete in the global economy, we need the best educated workforce in the world. And that is
Ain't happening.
making not only our public colleges and universities tuition free. It means paying our teachers a grades that they deserve.
How's that work, though? See, now, I hate to be this guy, but how does that work? How are you supposed to pay the teachers more, but also take money from the colleges?
There is no reason why we should not be having the best public education in the world and the best child care system in the world. Now, our Republican colleagues, or some of them, want to cut Social Security.
YouTube has been adding a lot of anti-copyright tools. It's possible that it is one of the AIs that they have put into effect that is doing this somehow. I think so. That makes sense, because that makes sense why it's also just like so sudden, because I've literally never had this happen before, especially on a live stream. Never.
22%, if you can believe this, of seniors in this country.
And the explanation I just got from looking up what might be happening, they're just like, well, it's, you know, they could be fake views. I'm like, how? In the like literally by the 20 fucking fake views. What the fuck? How's that? What?
Are trying to get by on 50.
No, that's also why, again, I'm calling this out. I want this on the record. I want this to be known that, yeah, this shit's happening in real time, and I'm going to let you guys know if it keeps happening.
15,000 a year or less.
Again, this has never, ever happened. Oh, just lost 2 more.
Can't afford to heat their homes, pay for their prescription drugs. We're not going to cut Social Security. Brothers and sisters, together, we're going to expand Social Security benefits by lifting the cap on taxable income. And let me tell you something else. I am old enough to remember something called a defined benefit pension plan. You know what that is? I know it's a radical idea to the younger people. Once upon a time,
2 more.
when workers worked at a decent job.
We're at least 27 views removed.
When they retired, they had a strong, defined pension plan. We've got to bring that back. People who work their whole lives should be able to retire with dignity. Brothers and sisters, we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all as a human right. 85 million are uninsured or underinsured, and we spend twice as much per capita on health care as the people of any other major country. The function of health care is not to make insurance companies and drug companies rich. It's to provide health care to all. Together, we're going to pass Medicare for all.
But Sylvia, I'm not kidding. I actually do think this is how they're going to do it, is with the AIs, and it's going to be a literal, like, quiet thing.
Donald Trump may think that climate change is a hoax. You and I know that it is an existential threat. We can create millions of good-paying union jobs by transforming our energy system into energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And brothers and sisters, instead of spending $1 trillion a year on the military, instead of giving billions of dollars to Netanyahu and his horrific war against the people of Gaza, we can cut military spending and build 5 million units of low-income and affordable housing. Now, I'm not going to tell you that the struggle in front of us is easy. The oligarchs own the economy, they own the media, they own the political process. That's reality. And I may not have a PhD in mathematics, but there's one thing I do understand. That if we do not allow Trump and his friends to divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our sexual orientation, if we stand together around a progressive agenda, if we start electing candidates who work for us and not the billionaire class, if we think big and not small, brothers and sisters, there is nothing we cannot accomplish.
The only thing that, so right here, based on my understanding, the only thing that would make sense is that if they have an AI that's literally auditing bot views, which this is news to me if I'm getting bot views, like this many bot views per fucking video, which how the hell, if I'm getting bot views, wouldn't that make it so it's like at least in the thousands? I don't even understand who the fuck would even take the time to put a couple bots in, like, what? I'm sorry, man, this is messed up.
Transform the country. Thank you all very much.
Okay. Now, I'm not trying to be mean, but are people going to find a reason to be mad at him? Because it seems like everybody wants to find a reason to be mad at him. I mean, in this political space, there are a lot of right-wingers that pay for bots to go into people's channels so to hopefully get them strikes. That makes sense. I mean, that's why I do shut down, like, you know, the troll accounts and the, you know, the ones that I do suspect of being bots, but whatever, man. Whatever. What do we got? An hour? That's about what I got. Who's on this? Tim Pool and Cenk Uygur? What do you guys think? Yeah, I'm thinking why not? You can check it out. I am still trying to figure out what the hell is going on. I mean, this is fishy. I haven't heard of any leftists doing that, but I wouldn't, you know, put it outside the realm of possibility. It's just so weird, man. Like, again, I don't understand. Like, I've never seen this happen before. Like, I'll be real with you guys. There have been videos in, like, VODs where I'll end my stream, for instance, right? And it'll say, like, in my summary that I have, like, 100+ views. And then I go check, and once everything gets caught up in the actual, like, view audit, they'll take into account people who watched but didn't watch for more than, like, I think it's like 2 minutes or something like that. And then they'll take into account people that literally removed it from their view history. So if you remove it from your view history, that does take the view away. So that's like, but I'm trying to make sense of that where I'm just like, really? Really? Like, whatever, man. At this point, I'm not going to harp on it. It's just fucking annoying to look at right now where literally, again, at the start of that Bernie video, I had 107 views in the count and I was happy with that. I was like, yeah, I've been watching your vids in reverse. Does that matter? That might. Oh my God, you're doing Mario Kart mirror mode on my channel. All right. Are you one of those dudes that could also speak backward? Oh man, that's a skill. Also, hello everybody over on Twitch. I feel like you guys haven't been getting enough love, so hi. Hope you're doing well over there. Let's take a look and see. I got this Piers Morgan video, but let's see. Is that what I really want to cover today? We'll do a debate.
He got elected because people thought he was best in handling the economy. It turned out that he made a mess of it. Prices have gone up, and he tried to bully China.
Instead of actually dealing with these issues, what do we get? Bloviating nonsense. It's 100 days in, we're going to impeach him. But a lot of this is hyper-partisan sophistry intended to rile people up.
First of all, where did this guy come from? No, with all due respect, this is an idiotic thing to do. This is a political move to try to put him in good graces with the AOC crowd and the very, very far left radical crowd. I'm embarrassed for that congressman that he's doing that he's fallen to that level.
This congressman seems to think that having bad polling numbers is an impeachable offense. It is utterly laughable, and it's because the Democrats have no agenda.
People often say that days feel like hours when they're relaxing on the beach, but they also say it when they're highly stressed or having dental surgery. We could probably all agree that President Trump's first 100 days have felt more like 1,000. But is America basking in the sun while dreaming of a bright future, or is it having a root canal surgery? Our esteemed panelists will grade the president on the economy, war, culture, and immigration. Everyone has to give him some praise, and everyone has to criticize him too. Them's the rules today. I'm joined by founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the author of Bad News and Second Class, Batia Ungar Sargon, the CEO of Timcast Media, Tim Poole, and senior presidential advisor for the US Agency for Global Media, Carrie Lake. Well, a star-studded panel on a starry day. Cenk will be beamed into us imminently, I'm informed, so we'll leave him as this large black square at the moment, which has a kind of ominous feel to it.
He's like, wait a minute, I'm here.
Let me start with you, Tim.
They're like, wait, we all see him.
Because you're not a full-on Trumper, but you're not a full-on Trump basher. You see some good, you see some bad. When you look at the 100 days in totality, what are you giving Trump on the scoreboard?
A regular grade, I guess, a B+. You know, what I would say is the DOGE firings, the getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse have been beyond my expectations. I'm absolutely happy with that.
What?
Selective tariffs, I'm a huge fan and have been a huge fan for a while. I do think universal tariffs, I'm very skeptical on, but I did vote for the man, and I do believe that it's been substantially better than what we've seen with Biden by miles.
I am so very confused how he came to this conclusion.
Deportation, I think, is going fairly well. I think a lot of the concerns and criticisms are overhyped, but we'll see. I think overall pretty good.
I mean, would you have said the same thing if Joe Biden had this first 100 days, which by any kind of yardstick have been pretty chaotic, a lot of changing, spinning plates, and a tariff war that so far has caused a lot of short-term damage to the US economy. In all honesty, would you have said the same analysis if it was Biden?
Probably not. I do think it's fair to point out that we're all going to be biased in some regard or another. And Donald Trump's administration, his worldview and his policies more align with me morally. And I think that's a big issue for most people. That being said, when Joe Biden came out and he was fighting against overdraft fees, I praised it. If Joe Biden had come out and said, we're going to put tariffs in these certain areas, in fact, I never criticized him on any of the tariffs he did. I think the issue is largely criticize where criticism is due and praise where praise is due. Donald Trump has certainly made some errors. He has this gaffe going around from ABC where he appears to genuinely believe Abrego Garcia actually had MS-13 written on his hand, which is incorrect. But, you know, if he's going to make mistakes, we accept those. If he's going to advance policies that are in line with the majority of Americans' moral views, or at least what I support, then I'm going to be substantially more forgiving on his errors than I would be for someone like Joe Biden, who represented open borders, trans surgeries for children, and other policies, which I found to be destructive.
God, he really is just such a grifting, like, POS, because, like, again, any of that really affected him.
All right, Carrie Lake, you're very pro-Trump. We know that. I like Donald Trump personally. I speak to him quite regularly. I've got to say, though, this is a massive throw of the dice. He's come back into the White House. He's thrown everything, including the kitchen sink, up in the air. He has turned all establishment norms on their head. And right now, he's got very poor approval ratings and a really in shock US economy that doesn't quite know what it's going to do or how this all plays out. It's a roll of the dice, isn't it? Because at some stage, this has to work. If it doesn't work, then come the midterms, the Republicans are going to be in big trouble.
Well, let me start by saying I'm pro-America, and this is why I love President Trump and I love his agenda, because he has put our country first. I disagree with you. I think you're talking about some really bogus polling. I know how polling works. I ran for office twice. Trust me, I know how polling works. You can make a poll say anything. And it's typical for the mainstream media to try to downplay all of the accomplishments of President Trump and his incredible administration. He has had no choice but to go in like a bull in a china shop and move quickly. We were on the verge, Pierce, of losing our country after 4 abysmal years of Joe Biden. The inflation was out of control. The border was wide open. People were pouring in, including gangbangers like this guy that the fake news media is acting like is the second coming, this Kilmore guy. And they're going to bat for him. They don't give a damn about the American people. And so President Trump has had to act and move quickly. I'm glad he has, and he has overwhelming support. Even Tim talked about what he did with and what he is continuing to do with DOGE, coming in and cleaning out these agencies, pulling back, slimming down the bureaucracy. It has to be done or we will lose our country. We're not out of the woods just yet. And thank God for President Trump. Joe Biden had 100 excuses for why we had inflation, the open border, high gas prices.
Yeah, but is that why Trump's better? Is because he has one and he just says Biden?
All kinds of problems. He had 100 excuses. President Trump simply needed 100 days to get things.
This 4v1 bullshit. Honestly, I might call this one early because this is too much.
Turned around. I can't wait for the next 100 days.
We get it.
Frankly, I wish we could have him for the next, 10,000 days, because we need a fighter like President Trump for the long road.
Jesus, see, they want the authoritarian. They literally want the authoritarian. They don't want just an authoritarian. They want the dictator.
Give me one criticism of the 100 days so far.
It's going to be something like fucking minuscule.
Boy, I really don't see any criticism. And
I could fucking slap the shit out of this person.
And I'm not saying that because I know him and I like him. I'm saying that because he's done a great job.
What a hateable. I'm so glad that she lost, all of her races.
I mean, he's a human being. Every once in a while, you might make a tiny misstep. I can't off the top of my head.
Pretend he's Joe Biden for a minute and try that. Answer that question again.
Well, you know what? Honestly, if he was doing the things Joe Biden did, if President Trump let inflation go through the roof, if President
It's up again.
Trump opened up the borders and allowed children to be trafficked, fentanyl to be trafficked in. If President Trump was trying to start up wars rather than bring about peace, I would be very critical of him. Trust me. I'm very realistic. And if he were doing things that were dumb and stupid, I would be all over it, calling it dumb and stupid. He's doing things that are strong, that are brilliant, and that I believe will help restore America and return us to our greatness.
All right, well, Cenk Uygur, welcome to Uncensored. You're laughing, I suspect, not in a way that indicates fulsome support for what Ms. Lake was just saying.
No, not fulsome support at all. All right, so first, usually, obviously we're always fair, right? So in the beginning, he comes out and he closed the border, and that's really popular. That's what people elected him for. He does a lot of executive orders. Now, a lot of those in the beginning, very beginning, I disagreed with instantly, but some of the later ones were more disastrous, but it looked like there was action being taken. So. And it showed in his polls. He'd already won the popular vote, and then he added to that lead in his poll.
Are you talking about Goop?
Polling,
and whatever the hell, Gwyneth Paltrow?
Back when, of course, Republicans believed in polling, when he was above 50% and popular, et cetera. And then what did he do? He pulled a Trump. He can't help himself. He loves, has authoritarian tendencies, to put it mildly. He loves testing the limits of what he could do. He started talking about a third term, started saying we're not doing due process, we're not listening to the courts, etc. And now he's lost people on all sides, the wild, outrageous tariffs. And, you know, obviously, Batya and Kerry and I had a debate about that, and I was right and they were wrong. And so I'm curious to see if they'll admit that now, because I said, of course, Trump will pull back the global tariffs. They were nuclear and ridiculous, and he pulled them back, 2 days after we had that debate? So now he's made a giant mess of it. I mean, everyone from Tucker Carlson,
we're never wrong.
Candace Owens, Patrick Bet-David, Dave Portnoy, Joe Rogan, and yesterday Alex Jones, all saying, what's going on here? Even they didn't sign up for violating the Constitution and due process and all of that, let alone the trillions of dollars he's bled out of the market by having no idea how to handle things economically. So he started out strong in the beginning for a couple of days, and then the rest has now just been a total debacle and disaster. And Piers, I'm always amused by both sides, and you've seen me call out both sides live as it's happening, when the Democrats were like, oh, Joe Biden's polling's in the 30s, but I bet it bounces back to the 60s, or polling doesn't matter. Whenever they're down, always polling doesn't matter, or polling is fake. And now when Trump is in the 39,
if he did, he would be a heel,
40% range, all of a sudden, here's Carrie Lake telling us that polling, the progressive, doesn't matter or it isn't real. It's real. It's not perfect, but it's real. Trump is badly, badly hurt. I mean, geez, one last fact. 52% in a recent poll of Americans said that he was a, quote, a dangerous dictator looking to take away American democracy, including 56% of independents, and a shockingly high 17% of Republicans think he's a dangerous dictator. You really can't handle it any worse than that.
Now, I may be about to shock you with.
That's so weird that you would put a fucking after your one left wing person on your panel, you're gonna just, okay, that's a good time to do a commercial.
Story. You know, his approval rating, Trump peaked at 52%, which was an incredible figure, given that it was down at 34% when he left office in 2021. But now it's slid back to 44%, which is an extremely rapid fall. And it's linked in almost entirely.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know.
So what's going on?
That's actually, that's pretty bad.
The economy. Are you entirely confident that his strategy here is A, one that he planned exactly how it's rolled out, and B, that it's working how he intended it?
Of course, RKO.
I don't really know about his intentions. Unlike you, Pierce, I don't talk to him regularly. But I can tell you that I think it's going very, very well. I know the polling is bad. He started out with a large portion of the country who really, really dislikes him.
Favorite moves.
He managed to convince a lot of independents and a lot of Democrats to give him a shot and to vote for him. But that doesn't mean that he convinced people to like him. He's a very polarizing person, just his personality. But I think when you look at the agenda, he has tailor-made this agenda for the new base of the GOP, which is the working class. And when you talk to working class Americans, which I do all the time, and I hear from hundreds, if not thousands of them on a regular basis, they love this. They feel like this is exactly what they voted for. The situation with China was unsustainable. It made the elites in this country very, very wealthy, which is why elites on the left and on the right are furious at him. And
are they? The ones on the right are furious, huh?
Why Wall Street is furious at him. But working class people see this as him turning the boat around and once again prioritizing American prosperity rather than what we've.
I can't once empty shelves do hit, watch all of these assholes start to panic. It's going to be fun. Listen, I'm doing this one. If I'm wrong, whatever. What do I got to lose? But at this fucking point, I can't wait. I'm calling it right now. In about 2 weeks, they're going to be fucking really they're going to be changing their tune. They're just going to be, and then watch his approval rating slip even further. It's going to hurt a little bit more. A little bit more.
Which is the pillaging of the middle class by the elites. And I think, you asked Tim Pool a really good question. Well, would you have cheered Joe Biden if he had done the same things that you liked here? Pierce, it is unimaginable that a Democrat would do what President Trump just did, because Wall Street now is very much a funder of the Democrats. And if you look at President Obama, you look at his first action in office, it was given a $700 billion bailout to Wall Street, while 10 million Americans lost their homes. And that included $30 billion of bonuses to the crooks who made those Americans homeless. He chose Wall Street over Main Street because the Democrats had become the party of the rich. And what we just saw is an American president choosing Main Street over Wall Street. And that is what people are going to remember at the end of the day from these 100 days.
Okay, well, look, Trump has used the opening moments of his 100 days rally to condemn a lunatic, dumb guy for demanding his impeachment. Well, Democratic Congressman Sri Tanadar introduced formal articles of impeachment earlier this week, citing acts of tyranny and abuse of power. And he joins me now. Welcome to you, Congressman.
Thank you.
So you're going hard on Trump. You're citing sweeping abuse of power, flagrant violations of the Constitution, acts of tyranny that undermine American democracy and threaten the rule of law. Out of interest, what has Trump done that has massively surprised you, or that most of his diehard supporters didn't vote for?
Well, look, the tariffs, this is Congress's prerogative. He took that over illegally, unconstitutionally, and made a mess of it. And that lost stock values, people's 401k value got lost. He made a mess of it, and he tried to bully China. That didn't work. And right now, prices of everything are going up. He got elected because people thought he was best in handling the economy. It turned out that he made a mess of it. Prices have gone up. Now he's trying to tell Amazon, don't tell people that a tariff addition to the prices. He has trampled freedom of...
That's a double-edged sword, though.
First right.
Because think of it this way. The reason he Bezos capitulated so quickly, because he was just like, he probably got told, hey, these prices, they're going to be high forever. What the fuck are you doing? If you tell them it's tariffs, then they're going to have to lower the prices. Come on, Jeff. Get with the program.
Freedom. Supreme Court 9-0 decision to bring Garcia back because he did not get the due process. Trump said he ignored that ruling. He just said yesterday that he's able to bring him back, but he will not bring him back. So he's defying Supreme Court. And that was the last straw for me. And that's why I introduced the articles of impeachment to impeach. This president must go. He has done unconstitutional act, illegal act, and this cannot stand.
I mean, again, I'd simply say, what do you think that he's doing that his supporters didn't expect him to do? He said, I'm going to sort the southern border out, which he indisputably has done. I'm going to get very, very tough on deportations of illegal immigrants. And all right, there are one or two cases which have got the headlines, which are certainly, in my estimation, worth examining on a due process question. But the majority of people have been deported. There seems to be no question mark over. He's challenging court power in a number of areas, but has said ultimately he will abide by the will of the courts.
Then what about the 09 to facilitate Kilmar Abrego Garcia's return? And not just accept the fact that you can't do nothing about it.
None of this strikes me particularly, at the moment, the behavior of a dictator who's just decided none of these rules count for me.
Well, look at all the polls. There are several polls that came out last week, and he's underwater in almost every category, including economy, that is supposed to be his best category. And his own supporters are now having buyer's remorse that they made a mistake, that he hasn't worked on the economy that like he said he's going to do. Instead, he's talking about Greenland and making Canada 51st state and then military action against Mexico. None of this his supporters expected him to do. They expected him to fix the economy, because that's what they thought, and he said that's what he's going to do.
Out of interest, and look, I mean, this tariff war is still in a very early stage. You say that he hasn't succeeded in bullying China, as you put it, but how do you know it won't succeed over time? Trump Trump has launched a radical tariff war, no other word for it. What happens if in, say, 6 months' time, it turns out that most of the countries that the United States has trade deals with have renegotiated in America's favor, and including China? Now, in that eventuality, if the economy is doing well again, would you admit then that you were a little too hasty? In other words, should this be allowed to be given time to see if it works?
Look, we have seen the flip-flops. One day the tariffs are on. The very next day, he takes them off. He first acts tough on China, then he says he's going to be nice to China.
At what point do you admit, like, here's the thing that they need to get better at. And like, if I was on Piers Morgan, I'd just be like, Piers, the problem with this is what about you? How come you don't ever have to capitulate? How come you, like, where is your line? At what point is he not doing a good job? When are you not going to be fair to this guy the same way that you were unfair to Joe Biden, to the Democrats? How you grade everybody on these curves? When are you going to actually grade them equally?
It's about how he wakes up in the morning and whatever, he thinks about.
Because let's be real. If this was Joe Biden collapsing the economy in the exact way that Trump is doing, you would be like, he's just a doddering old fool. He doesn't have a clue about what he's doing with these tariffs. One day he says that they're on, and then he capitulated. Look at him. He didn't even try.
No plan. There is no, no.
Like, that's why I can't stand this shit.
A plan or strategy here is just Trump whatever he thinks he is. He has got a defense secretary who can't keep any secrets, sharing sensitive information on Signal chat. This is, he has got a health and human services secretary that is making, horrible medical decisions. He's got a staff that is not, he's got a cabinet that's not competent. And he's just,
Do you agree that he has stemmed the issue at the southern border by 95%, that the number of people coming in illegally on that border has reduced by 95%. Do you accept that? And do you think that's been a good thing, a successful story? If you're always on the move, as I am, you probably find it...
Again, interesting placement for this ad. Interesting placement. It's so convenient.
On protecting the borders. He's put the military on the border. But we are also seeing American citizens being deported. 2-year-old young American children have been deported. People, American citizens, children with cancer have been deported without due process. So it goes both ways. While some accomplishments have been done at the border, he's also, not given the due process to many of the immigrants.
Let me bring in Tim Poole. Tim, your response to the congressman and his plan, well, he's not planned, he's gone ahead with it, issued articles of impeachment against Trump.
What about it? How about the response to, again, the lack of due process? This is, dude, okay, I got to be honest. I know I've said this before. Piers Morgan might be making less appearances on this show, because if this is what it's going to be for, like, then honestly, I'm not even going to, give him the views at that point. Like, there's no reason to continue to do this. Like, it's getting boring. Like, that's the problem. Like, I'm not even, triggered. No, I'm just bored. Because it gets boring when you just have a bunch of fucking right-wingers, and then you trap, Cenk, who, it's fucking Cenk.
Factual but not truthful. American citizens weren't deported. That's just not true. Due process was given.
But it
to all of these people.
Was it?
Look, If you want to argue that
Was
someone
it?
like Abrego Garcia deserved an additional hearing, a third or fourth hearing, or that as the actual due process they're concerned about pertaining to him is a USCIS interview to determine the current standing of Guatemala and this Barrios 18 gang, by all means, send a USCIS agent down to El Salvador, his home country, and have that conversation. But instead of actually dealing with these issues, what do we get? Bloviating nonsense. It's
Honest to God, dude, I hope that like every fucking country starts asking, what's your political affiliation? And if they say Republican, they deny him entry.
100 days in, we're going to impeach him.
That's honestly the only way that they will start actually fucking getting it, where it's like, how's it feel? How's it feel to be denied based on the fact that you're, I don't know, an asshole?
For what? Oh, he's doing all of these things wrong or whatever. Look, the American people voted for this. They're largely happy with what they want. People have concerns about the economy.
Peers' views don't evolve after each discussion. He just resets after every episode. Yeah. Yeah, no. You know what? You just nailed it. That's why these are insufferable. Yeah. Yeah, fuck this.
Polls are down. That's true. That's fine.
Let's see his response. But honestly, like if this keeps going and it's this boring, then I just might call it.
A lot of this is hyper-partisan sophistry intended to rile people up. There's two reasons why I'll tell you Trump's polls are down. And they are down. If you track Rasmussen, he dropped by about 6 or 7 points from where he was earlier. It's a swing, not a drop. He's down by 4. And this is probably due to tariffs. When you look at the corporate press, the principal institutions, ABC, et cetera, he's down in the double digits. However, if you go back to the start of his second term, you can see that.
No, even with immigration, he's down. You're missing that one too, because like you guys want to sit here sucking his dick so hard. He's down on immigration too because they're seeing, oh shit, like, wait a minute. He's actually deporting American citizens. That's a slippery slope. There's even some Republicans that tend to get that.
That the polls completely disagree with each other in ridiculous ways. One day he's up 10. The next day, a new polling agency says he's down 10. The only thing you really need to track is
again, don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe your lying ears. Just believe what the orange man say. Like honestly, at what point does Tim just realize that he's lost all objectivity and he's just a mouthpiece for a fucking authoritarian regime?
Singular polls movement over time, and we are seeing a minor decline. That is likely due to 401ks drop.
Like honestly, at some point, like if they start rounding up leftists and like deporting American citizens, he's not going to change his view. He's going to change his view to fit why he should support that, even if he doesn't actually believe it.
People being
that's the fucking problem with the grifters, is the fact that like guys like Tim Pool don't actually believe what the fuck they're saying.
Concerned about this. Does this rise to the level of impeachment? No. I think you're doing this largely because you want to get your name out there, because the Democrats have no front runner. No one knows who's in charge of the party, so everyone's clawing to the top of the crabs in a barrel to try and be the pick me for 2028.
All right, Congressman. Congressman, you're just doing this because you're a narcissist, basically.
Wow. Way to wrap that one with a little fucking bow. Jesus, dude. Yeah, anybody else got like a little pit in their stomach where while watching this, where it's just like, this is fucking gross?
Well, look, in the first 100 days, his numbers are lower than any other president. You had to go back 70 years. And the only other bad numbers for a president in the first 100 days was Trump 45. So people have spoken.
Is that why you're doing it?
People are having a buyer's remorse. People are, I've spoken to many of Trump's supporters, and they are hugely disappointed by his actions.
He's not making a very good case for the impeachment. I'm going to be fucking real. And this is honestly, like, guys, this is why I said no impeachment. This is why. Because they're going to make it such a fucking mockery, and they're going to claim witch hunt. They're already doing it. Like, honestly, this guy should really he should take his ball and go home.
By his failure.
Like, you kind of fucked up. Like, why would you do this?
To fix the economy.
And if it's what Kyle Kalinske said about being on the right side of history, I'm not sure about that. Because, again, this is why normies who aren't on the left, who do not pay attention to politics, check the fuck out whenever he does say witch hunt, because they literally get overwhelmed. They're like, what? It's another one? like they're going after him on another court case. Like it's all like, and then it does come across as like the witch hunt when it is just like we got to shoot all over. We got to while meanwhile ignoring the fact that their Democratic buddy is, because I hate to say this. Somebody did bring up a good point here, and they had some receipts where they were just like, there were Democrats doing some of the same shit that Trump was doing as far as like the campaign contributions and all this shit. Nobody said shit. I'm like, okay. And if you got, and they had receipts, I was like, all right.
Number one on people's minds.
Okay, Carrie, what's your response to the congressman? Because there are lots of people saying this, and the Democrats have got their gander up a bit now. They're beginning to marshal their so-called resistance in a better way, because Trump's giving them a lot of opportunity to do that. At what point politically do you start feeling twitchy if the tariff war doesn't work how Trump intends it to?
First of all, where did this guy come from? No, with all due respect, this is an idiotic thing to do. And it's proving that the Democrat Party has no play. They don't know what to do right now because Trump is winning on everything.
He's kind of right about that.
He's strategizing how to fix the economy that Joe Biden drove not only into a ditch, but off a cliff. And this is why
Again, you disingenuous, like, C word. I'm sorry. No.
American people were suffering.
The stock market was at its all-time highs under Joe Biden. That's something that you just cannot fucking deny. Inflation had come down from its high of almost 5, or well, I think it was even higher than that, but I do know that it sat at 5% for a little too high, or for a little too long, and then it came down to right about like at 3.7, 3.3, and then.
And it sounds to me like this is a political move to try to put him in good graces with the AOC crowd and the very, very far left radical crowd ahead of another election. This is ridiculous. The American people were sick of the previous attempts of impeaching President Trump before. They don't want to see this again. And I'm embarrassed for this gentleman. I'm embarrassed for that congressman.
I'm embarrassed for you. You've lost every election that you've tried to fucking have. What are you talking about? You're a loser.
That he's doing that he's.
You never admitted it either. You're just a loser, Carrie. A loser.
That level to try to impeach President Trump in his first 100 days as he tries to save us from the serious missteps of Joe Biden and that administration that almost broke the backs of every.
This is where like, again, guys, he's just sitting there smiling, being, I'll listen. No pushback, nothing, no balls, no gumption, nothing. Meanwhile, fucking, you got Donald Trump, who's just like, listen, what you just said to me wasn't very nice. I chose you because I didn't even know who you were. I didn't even know who you were, but you know what? What you just asked me wasn't very nice.
American,
like, dude.
In this country. What about the fentanyl that's no longer pouring across the border? What about the lives that were saved there?
Chiming in at all, ya?
What about a president who's trying to end a...
I'm glad that this is the guy that's pushing for the impeachment. He's a real... Oh, God, what a trophy. We got such a trophy on the left with this one.
War that's killing...
Who the hell is this guy anyway? He's really bad at this.
All kinds of our treasure.
Just say.
Over in Ukraine. What about that? No, he's trying to concentrate on something
I don't know. You want
to make
Can Jake step in either, though? Like... For fuck's sake.
All of a sudden know who he is so that he can raise money and run for re-election. I find it despicable. I really do.
Congressman, you're despicable.
Well, that's just what...
No, the action is despicable. I don't know this congressman. I find his action...
I love how he adds those little things, those little pointers where he's just, Congressman, you're despicable. Respond. He doesn't even say respond. He just literally prefaces, like he'll just sum up what she said and like also sound like he agrees.
And political.
And then give her a little more time, just to be fair, you know.
Rather than going to work every day and fighting for the American people in his district, he's trying to thwart President.
Shut up.
In 100 days, nothing that he said he's going to do he has done, and people. Economy is in terrible shape. His tariffs are totally.
It is. It is. You're about to see empty shelves. I can't wait. I can't fucking wait. Because what's Tim gonna say in 2 weeks? This is gonna be fun. Because he also doesn't understand what's actually happening at the ports. He just sees what he sees on fucking CNN, and then here's my favorite part, is at some point, these guys start believing their own bullshit, and that's usually when they start fucking rolling downhill.
Unproductive.
The only way to keep the grift up is knowing it's a grift. Once you start believing your own bullshit, I'm sorry.
I represent Detroit, Michigan. The auto industry is hurting. Auto workers are losing their jobs. Auto factories in America are closing. Look, this he hasn't thought this through. When you impose tariffs, you gotta be ready to have manufacturing happening in America. I agree that more manufacturing needs to happen in America, but it doesn't happen just because he raises tariffs on foreign countries. You need to invest in manufacturing. This is a process that takes tens of years to get this done.
Okay. They seem to get that with the fact that Liberation Day was done with the preface that this would take a while.
Let me bring in. All right, let me bring in.
Is this Congressman out of Michigan? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I represent.
And you're not for
Detroit.
President Trump. You're not for the tariffs that are going to single-handedly save the American auto industry. Good luck. Good luck getting reelected.
It's funny because even listening to the guy from Ford, he had to admit that this was going to cost them billions of dollars in small parts, even though they are building these things here.
Look, our car prices are going to go up. Domestic cars are going to be more expensive. Foreign cars are going to be more expensive. People won't be able to afford buy a car.
The American middle class is going to be bolstered and is going to come back alive, and they're going to be able to afford to buy things. And this is,
you can stop her.
We talked about this last time around. The American middle class.
Okay, Carrie. We fucking get it.
Employment. So you're being preposterous. No one believes you. Everyone realizes it was the tariffs. They had a perfectly good economy handed to him, and at this point has shattered it to pieces. So I'm getting sick of the propaganda. I'm also getting sick of the, with all due respect, this is idiotic. That's not all due respect. So I'm not sure you have good command of the English language. Okay. All right. Then don't say all due respect. Second of all, you're lecturing people about how to get elected.
Carrie,
let's be honest. Let's be honest, Carrie. You and I are not in a position to lecture people on how to get elected. Okay. You haven't won a lot of elections. Neither have I. Okay. So at least I've helped in winning elections. I'm not sure you have. So, and the brother
Boom. Thank you, Jake. You actually said something of substance. Cool.
Here in Michigan has actually won an election, but we're conflating two different things. Okay. Number one, we're talking about the polling. Look, Trump's down and hurt. It doesn't matter how much you guys spin it. We're going to have that play out. But that's not related to impeachment. Whether he's popular or not has nothing to do with impeachment. So I don't even know why the congressman brought that up, to be honest. And I think that this impeachment thing is way too premature. What, are you going to get enough Republicans on board? There's no way you are, right? On the other hand, are there actual good grounds for it? There are. You're just not going to be able to execute it. The grounds for impeachment are doing things that are illegal or unconstitutional. Has he subverted the will of Congress? Many, many times. They appropriated money, he refuses to spend it. Or he's spending money that they didn't appropriate. Or he's taking powers like the power to tariff that Congress has, or the power to declare war that Congress has. I know that last one every president abuses. But we have massive violations of the Constitution here. The Supreme Court says bring this guy back, Abrego Garcia. Not only that, there was a clear do not deport order, and he violates that order and then admits that it was a mistake, and he still won't bring him back. The problem there isn't immigration, it's due process, which is the cornerstone of Western civilization.
But Cheng,
and Tim and others, look, we can go back and blame others.
Okay, but look, Michelle Obama piped up about this immigration stuff on X, and I replied to her, and my replies had gazillions of retweets, because all I said was, as far as I'm aware, her own husband.
He really does just love to, dude. Does he can his own farts and just smell them every time he's not on screen?
Deported over 3 million people in 8 years, and no one can persuade me that all of those were done with perfect due process, right? But I don't remember anything like
wonderful
the cacophony of outrage from the left when that was going down. And Obama, I've said this before many times, he was the deporter in chief. Was his nickname in Mexico. He couldn't get people out of the country fast enough. Why was it fine for Obama?
Because there was due process. There was due. process. Like they went through the courts.
Why do liberals just try and pretend that never happened? And why is it so evil when Trump throws out a lot of people that I would imagine most Americans totally agree with?
Please have a good answer for this, Cenk.
Yes, there are some. Garcia may well be one or not. We don't really know yet whether he was in this gang or not.
It doesn't matter if he was in the gang or not, you fucking asshole. Being in a gang isn't illegal. If it is, then every fucking Aryan membership, Aryan Brotherhood member should be fucking deported along with these fucking assholes. If that's your whole thing here, you know?
He was, then he deserves to be in the El Salvador hell.
Hint of asparagus and touch of broccoli.
Oh, if he isn't and he's innocent, he deserves to come back. But let's not pretend that
I had Brussels sprouts for these.
Most of the people that Trump is kicking out were not on the deportation list already and probably deserve to be thrown out.
Yeah. So, Piers, the beautiful thing about me is that I'm consistent on all these things. So when Obama did that, I criticized them. And in fact, when Obama killed Anwar al-Awlaki without due process, I was all over him. That was outrageous. It was and arguably worse than anything Trump has done. And that's where mainstream media loses all their credibility and Democratic politicians lose their credibility when they're not even-handed. So that was totally unacceptable.
MAGA classify as a gang?
But that doesn't make what Trump is doing acceptable. And
they wear colors, they fly signs, they have a quarter.
Trump has he gone further than Obama in terms of turning people back at the border? When you turn people back at the border, as Trump is doing now and Obama did, that is not unconstitutional. But has he gone further? Yes. Did Obama ignore court orders? No. Did he say we should send American citizens to a foreign country like El Salvador? No. Did Obama say that he'd run for a third term, which is deeply unconstitutional? No. Did Obama kidnap people off the streets of America for criticizing Israel and arrest and deport them? No.
All right, well, hang on. Let me add some.
By the way,
hang on.
Let me finish the thought. There's tons of right-wingers who agree with me. Tucker Carlson agrees. Candace Owens agrees.
Let me add
Joe
some things.
Rogan agrees.
All right, hang on. Let me add some things to your list. Did Obama campaign in 08-09 on a ticket of closing Guantanamo Bay because it was an illegal torture chamber and he was a lawyer? Yes. Is it still open? Yes. Did he deport more people pro rata than any president in history? Yes.
I actually remember that, though. He did try to close it, and there was Republican obstruction in the Senate on that one.
Did he drop more bombs in a calendar year outside of World War II than America's ever dropped in a year ever? Yes. You know, did he run illegal drone programs that killed innocent people at weddings? Yes. In other words, you know, there are lots of things on Obama's watch, which are, yeah, right. So my point is, you've got to look at these things in totality. If I was in America, which I'm not, but I'm a proud, visa holder, and I have a home in America, I look at the success on the southern border as absolutely stunning, and yet the amount of coverage that's getting is almost nothing. And it says to me that the media remains.
But whose fault is that, Piers?
Well, it's the mainstream. To me, it's the mainstream media. Well, let me bring in Batia here. Batia, this seems to me that the mainstream media.
No, hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer it real quick.
Pierce is getting worse at this.
Quick, Pierce.
The thing is, I think that it would have been better for him had Kamala won. This is not. You can only watch so much of him actually, blowing Trump.
So,
before you're just like. Yeah, I've watched this one before,
Look, in terms of the criticism of mainstream media that's hypocritical, I just pointed it out. But it's not mainstream media that did this. Trump, if he had just focused on closing the border, right now might be at 55% approval rating or really high. I mentioned that right in the beginning. But instead, he bungled it because he's a serial bungler. And he keeps testing the limits of his power because he's authoritarian by nature. He didn't have to do those 4 or 5 unconstitutional things that I just listed. He did it on purpose. He's the one punching himself in the face. So don't blame media for that. That was all Trump.
All right, except that Batia, what I would say is, all right.
That's the propaganda.
Tim, I will come to you in a moment. Let Batia just respond to that first.
Well, all of these marginal cases, when you actually look into them, turn out to be not so marginal. You know, Kilmar Garcia did not have an order not to deport him. He had an order not to deport him to El Salvador, so they sent him to the wrong country. But this person is a wife beater and a gangbanger and a human trafficker.
No, it was literally a do not deport order from the courts that meant no. We might deport him later, but do not deport him now. We need to run him through the court and give him due process.
He should have.
You guys are trying to conflate all of this and ignore the fact that he was not given that and then shipped off to another fucking country.
Been deported to another country. We were let down as
on top of the fact that in that court order, it said specifically not to El Salvador. Weird.
Americans because he got a lot of due process and they just didn't follow through because the immigration courts are deeply flawed. You look at these people who were picked up for supposedly criticizing Israel.
Then why aren't you making it a priority for MAGA to fucking fix the courts? Why aren't you making it, instead of sitting here going how much you love that they're getting rid of these immigrants and how much you love that they're not following due process, you think that this is a problem, but you don't want to fix it. And you have the disingenuous fucking bullshit of trying to even point it out. Yeah, come on.
They both, the two that are, in the news a lot, belong to a group called Columbia University Apartheid Divest, which put out literature 100% supporting Hamas and the October 7th attack. That is a violation of a green card. We would never have given somebody a visa who said, I'm going to belong to a group that's going to put out literature in support of Hamas. The two children who allegedly are American citizens who were deported, they were not deported. Their mothers were deported, and because their mothers are not sociopaths, they chose to take their children with them rather than calling up and finding someone else to take their 2-year-old children. So all of these supposedly liminal cases are actually not.
You mean the one with the father that was literally like, hey, where's my kid?
Nothing of the sort. There has been no constitutional crisis. This congressman seems to think that having bad polling numbers is an impeachable offense, is somehow a high crime and misdemeanor. It is utterly laughable, and it's because the Democrats have no agenda. Donald Trump is running to the left of them on economics and to the left of them on fighting wars and being anti-war and trying to get us out of different things and trying to settle wars. And he is a social moderate. He's not even a conservative. There is not a single value that the Democrats hold that they are not willing to immediately abandon if Donald Trump starts to defend it. It was the Democrats who thought that we had to control the border to protect.
Who thought it was a good idea? Honestly, who thought it was a good idea to put this guy here?
Working class wages. And now all you see is Democrats out there demanding free trade and demanding more access to China. You see Democrats literally sharing Chinese propaganda because it's against Trump. They have chosen China over their own working class voters. And Congressman, I'm sorry, but the UAW and the Teamsters have both endorsed the tariffs. You're in a lot of trouble in Michigan.
Yeah, well, look, auto factories are being closed. Auto workers are losing jobs. Look.
He is very, very bad at this.
Look, the unconstitutional things. This president tried to the pump and dump scheme. Remember the memes that he profited from, personally profited from. Remember that freedom of speech.
Again, like, I hate to do this, but you're not making a good case for there being a high crime or misdemeanor that he should be impeached for, and how this isn't going to be perceived as just another dog and pony show. Especially the fact that you can't sell why? Like, I'm not sold on it, and I'm a fucking lefty.
Like,
I'm actually getting kind of mad at this guy.
Against him, he intimidated those,
Have
and
returned.
then.
But what about but Congressman? What about the sustained lawfare that was waged against Trump by the left? And by the way, one of the most self-harming acts of lawfare ever waged, because all it did was make Trump more popular and ended up getting him re-elected. So it was cretinously stupid to do it. But there can be no doubt that the left conspired collectively to try and take Trump down, put him in prison. You have people shooting him, literally trying to kill him, and all of this.
But the thing is, again, guys, this wouldn't even be a thing had they had any fucking sense. Had they put all their chips into one fucking court case. Had they actually really actually try, like, goddamn, that's another thing. Like, they fumbled the ball twice trying to impeach his ass. Like, I can't even fucking, like, articulate how much that's a referendum on the Democrats and the left that could not fucking get that done.
This led to Trump being in the White House. The Democrats have got their own backyard to clean up first before they start.
I agree. I actually agree with this one.
Issuing any
That
kind
sucks.
of, well, you know, isn't this all terrible? When the way you treated Trump, many would argue, was despicable. Let me bring in Tim.
I have a favor to ask of this congressman, and excuse me, I hope Jen joins me in this. Congressman, will you file articles of impeachment against Barack Obama for the extrajudicial assassination of Abdulrahman al-Awlaki?
I was not a member of Congress then. I am now. I have.
No, but God, he's really. Guys, I'm frustrated at just how bad he is. at this.
And we can convict him and put him in prison if you want to file those.
I have seen the unconstitutional, illegal activities of Donald Trump, and those are the ones that I am holding him responsible for.
Nobody cared when Obama murdered American citizens, especially a 16-year-old kid who was not
Obama is not the president right now. Is Donald Trump is the president.
Yeah, but again, that doesn't mean that you should willy-nilly just, again, take the bait within 100 days to fucking, because, dude, if you don't see how the optics of this is going to be turned on you and how he's actually going to benefit from this, I don't know what to fucking tell you. But he's going to just, look, the Democrats are coming after me again. They're coming after me again. Not even 100 days. They couldn't even wait. And then, God forbid the economy does do well. Holy shit. This could literally take the entire Democratic Party. But you know what? I'm glad that Kyle Kalinske got his little, at least we're on the right side of history.
Is the people are hurting. He is the one who is grabbing power. He is the one who's taking power away from Congress. And the funds that Congress has appropriated, he is not releasing those funds. He's putting a hold on that.
Then maybe work with your fucking, I don't know, do a bipartisan thing that get them involved and go, hey, do you guys like being subverted? Do you guys want this guy like to actually do this? Do you guys not want to do it? Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm actually okay with that, too, because I'm still getting paid and we don't have, you're telling me we actually don't have to work.
He's the one that illegally put a DOGE and a unelected, unconfirmed Elon Musk in charge of it. He's the one who threw out that reporter from AP, from White House,
how bad he is
trampling on freedom of speech of the press.
You're right. I should get permanent access to the White House. Otherwise, my free speech is being violated. So I'm going to go to the White House right now and insist that I'm much more well-known than that reporter is, so it's a clear violation of 1A if they don't give me a pass, right?
Well, he's used his power, his position, to intimidate media. He's used that to intimidate.
So is Obama. This is ridiculous. When Anwar al-Awlaki was assassinated, an extrajudicial assassination, and his 16-year-old son by Obama, the Democrats defended this and they said he should have had a better father. No one cared. Nobody cared. I know Jen cared. I know he's talked about it. I'm mad about it too. So now when you come out and you say Trump's going to be impeached because he's doing things that are unpopular, I'm personally offended.
It's not unpopular. It's illegal.
Murdered
illegal
Americans. No one did anything. And you could right now file those impeachment articles. We could get a criminal hearing and a conviction of Barack Obama for the murder of a 16-year-old. The 16-year-old Abdulrahman al-Awlaki was not a combatant. He was in a civilian restaurant in a country.
The fact that he is literally getting bodied by fucking Tim Pool. This should be the most profoundly embarrassing thing to happen to this man.
We are not at war with. And why won't anyone do anything about it? I'll throw a cherry on top.
He's really bad at
when
this.
Donald Trump in his first term, when he first gets elected.
And he's the one that decided, you know what? Let's do this.
He ordered a commando raid in Yemen, which reportedly killed a 7-year-old American girl as well. We don't have the same evidence on that one. I want that criminally investigated as well. How about you pursue those cases? But you know what? You won't, because when it comes to bloviating nonsense pertaining to the economy or what Trump may or may not be doing.
No, but you did just give me an idea for what I could call the episode when I me and Honeybee are going to do a crossover episode and have a debate. She did say though, she's like, I'm not sure if I want to stream it. I'm like, all right, fair, fine. So we're going to try and do it podcast format. That's a good one. There we go. Pepper and honey.
No one ever goes after the war machine. No one ever tries to target the extrajudicial authorities of the executive branch and their unilateral authority to declare war. There's never been a war declared since World War II, and you're not going to do anything about it. No one will.
Look, this president has personally gained through the meme coins. This president has personally gained through the deal that he forced and intimidated.
Well, do you believe? Okay, but let me ask you then, Congressman. Do you believe that Joe Biden personally gained
Pepper? Yeah, we
from
might
what
have
his
to
son
go
was up to in
Honey Pepper.
Ukraine?
Yeah.
working for energy companies for which he had zero experience. And he's
Well,
now given
that one,
backdated pardons
sounds
to
better.
all his family.
Pepper honey sounds like it reminds me of mud honey.
To protect any proper
Which, if you don't
legitimate
know,
legal
the band
investigations
Mud Honey.
of what they may or may not have been doing with countries like Ukraine and China. When there's a widespread belief they're all putting money in their pockets.
Well, I'm just here as a member of Congress. I've
Yeah, but it seems to me
sweet and seasoned.
With respect, though, it just seems to me you are so blinded by totality of hatred to Trump and everything to do with him that you can't see the wood for the trees. You can't praise him for anything.
Actually, yeah, honey pepper, sweet and seasoned. I actually kind of like that.
And
Not
actually,
bad.
you're not interested in any crimes committed by Democrat presidents. You're not interested in any money guzzling behavior by the previous incumbent of the White House. All you care about is Trump. And it would have been a little bit more intellectually honest if you had cared a little bit more about what your own party were doing, because they've been up to a lot of no good for quite some time.
Well, look, I had 12 in-person town halls in the last 40 days. I've talked with hundreds and thousands of people all across America. And people we worry about now. Donald Trump is the president today. He's the president for the last 100 days.
Yeah, but again, just because you're talking to people and they're frustrated, he made the fucking point, dude. What's the high crime and misdemeanor? What is the actual constitutional, what's the fucking constitutional amendment that he broke that you are going to run this entire fucking situation on?
His unconstitutional activities is what we are talking about.
Yeah,
here.
you keep being vague with it, though. And again, this is going to kneecap you, dude. Fuck. I really wish they didn't take the bait on this one. I know, might be an unpopular opinion, but I really wish they didn't. But they had to. They just had to. They had to have the one guy. And they also had to let it be the one guy that cannot go on fucking any panel show. Dude, if he can't do this where he can, just out-argue Tim Pool or Carrie Lake, I'm pretty sure that he shouldn't be the one to be the voice of the fucking bill.
Impeachment action is all about.
All right.
So that's why I'm here.
This is just a way to raise
defend
money.
the congressman a little bit?
This is just an attempt
So
to
look,
raise
guys,
money for this
you're all going to whataboutisms here, and I can understand why, because Trump's in bad shape. So you're going back to Obama. Look, I agree with Tim on Warlock. I'm the guy who brought it up. I wonder if Tim agrees with me on cutting the Pentagon, because Tim, you and I agreed on cutting the Pentagon when I was on his show, and now all of a sudden they're not cutting. They're adding $150 billion. So they're frauds, right? Let's be honest about that, right? So, but we're going to whataboutisms here. So we can go back to Grover Cleveland.
Tim. Oh,
if you guys like, right? We can go back to James Polk if you guys like. But you're trying to distract from what's happening with Trump. I'm perfectly willing to criticize all the other Democrats in the past for all the things that they've done wrong. But right now, we got to rescue the country.
Yeah.
And so at this point, there's two different problems. One is that Trump keeps doing things that are unconstitutional. And to your earlier point, Piers, that is not what people voted for. In fact, the reason Trump disavowed Project 2025 is because it was really unpopular.
I just
now that
realized.
he's actually doing Project 2025, yeah, it's really unpopular.
But what about
That's
this,
not
Cheng? What about this,
wanted.
Cheng?
They just
But Cheng, but what about this? Look, I saw what Caroline Levitt said in her statement about 100 days. In his first 100 days, Donald Trump's delivered on hundreds of promises and already accomplished his two most important campaign goals. The border is secure and inflation is ending. The next 100 days will consist of trade deals, peace deals, and tax cuts. More American greatness on its way. Now, putting aside any partisan kind of flavor to all this, and putting aside that clearly right now things look quite bad for Trump, I could easily see a situation in 100 days' time, maybe not quite as quick.
Inflation went down, but we raised prices. How's that work?
That's certainly not far off it. Where he might well have got a number of advantageous trade deals done, including China, where he could have forged peace in Ukraine, bringing an end to that war, and might well have done the same in Gaza, in which case he would be odds on to win the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, this is not, in other words, it's all very turbulent, it's all very chaotic, but I could absolutely see a pathway to that all happening in the next few months. It could happen.
What if he turned into Santa Claus?
Well,
yeah, what if he turned into Santa Claus?
Which part of that do you think may not happen?
Presents to everybody?
Yeah, but which part of that may not happen?
I think all of it might not happen. In fact, Piers, I think absolutely none of that is going to happen. That's why I formed Rebellion PAC to give people a left-wing populist alternative, real economic populism. People should go check out rebellionpac.com, because we've got guys like Ro Khanna, Richard Ojeda, and other people who are actual populists who are going to do the things that Trump promised on the economic end and has not delivered. So, Piers, could he do one or two trade deals and then call it a day and and pretend that he got a victory, he could. But it wasn't a victory. And if he keeps these tariffs on with China and others, soon we're going to have empty shelves. And all of this bloviating is going to be totally irrelevant, because once those empty shelves hit or the higher prices hit, I mean, we had the stock market downturn. That's not even the big problem. He's already hit an iceberg with that. But that's the tip. The actual iceberg is the American people. And when their prices start going up and when they start seeing empty shelves, they're going to be furious, because it's the exact opposite of what they voted for.
Yeah. And honestly, like, they should all really take stock on, like, and think on that one, because their talking points better be spectacular by then.
And then you guys can come on here and start talking about
listen, I'm definitely going to get everybody back.
Going to make a difference.
Don't worry, I'm going to get everybody back in 100 days, because I've got a feeling it won't play out how you think, Jim. I may be wrong.
Dude, I was just saying, I have friends that literally, this is what they do for a living. They process what is coming across the ports. They have already told me that they are done shipping shit over. So like, we are hitting the last of the shipments, and this is going to start hitting by May 10th.
Harry,
I love the fact that Shane
it's not going to be 60 days. It's going to happen this month. It's happening in the next few
most of
weeks.
America would agree. But President Trump has to do the hard work. He's assembled an administration full of hardworking human beings. Sometimes they have a misstep, but they're heading in the right direction for America. It's not an easy job. He's taking a lot of criticism because people like Shane have to bloviate all day, to use his words, and he's got to have something to talk about. And he would lose the audience he has if he started talking about how incredible this agenda has been and the rolling out of this agenda. It's not going to be perfect. We're living in a real world here, and we're having to pick up the pieces and clean up after a dismal administration that the congressman sat by and didn't do anything about. First of all, I've never heard of this gentleman. I never heard him talk about how disastrous the economy was under Joe Biden. And I think it's really appalling for the people of Michigan. It used to be a middle-class state. It is an important state when it comes to our automaking here in America, the industry, and to hear that there is a congressman from Michigan who is opposed to this tariff plan to bring back the manufacturing we so desperately need and the middle class needs in Michigan and all 50 states. It's pretty shocking.
You got to be ready to bring manufacturing back.
Again, what made the manufacturing jobs the best were the fucking unions.
Trump has done nothing to establish incentives to bring manufacturing to America. And just putting these tariffs on foreign countries just doesn't solve the problem. We are starting to see auto factories closing. We're starting to see auto prices going up. We're starting to see auto workers losing jobs. These tariffs are not good for Michigan, and these tariffs are not good for America, and these tariffs are raising American prices. This is like a Trump.
So when he gets rid of them, because you know he's going to, then what? Then what are you gonna fucking do?
Sales tax on consumer goods for America.
Let me bring in Batya. I mean, Batya seems to me to see a number of Trump big supporters breaking ranks a bit on tariffs. Elon Musk clearly is very anti them. The Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy, been very critical. Bill Ackman, the big billionaire investor, Ken Griffin, another billionaire investor, they've all spoken out against them as well. And we've just seen what I would think is quite a worrying moment for the Trump camp, which is what's happened in Canada, where you've got a liberal candidate who's come from an apparent obvious defeat to seize victory by running on an anti-Trump ticket because of the way Trump spoke about Canada. I just think he's got to be careful, Donald Trump. I can absolutely see this working, but I could also see it blowing up in his face. It's a high-risk stakes that he's playing with here.
Yeah, rich people hate tariffs because they're supposed to. They are class warfare on behalf of the working class against the elites who have pillaged America's middle class for the last 40 years. We have sold out our children's future.
Dude, she's a hard R word.
To China, which owns just trillions of dollars of U.S. Treasury bonds. That is not good. We get cheap crap from China. They get our children's future. Our kids are going to be paying off the interest on that debt for generations. They manufacture the PPE and the pharmaceuticals we need to fight the pandemics that come from China. They manufacture the ships we are going to need to fight China, our greatest adversary.
But I agree with you. I agree with you.
I know.
Yeah, but I agree with you. The question is
it was going to.
Is the tactic? Here's my question for you. I don't think anyone. Hang on. I don't think anyone disagrees with the overarching narrative that Trump has laid out, which is China's been ripping off America for decades. It has. As you say, it owns a lot of American debt, very bad for America. All the experts in the American economy have led to an economy with $37 trillion of American debt. If that's a success, I'd hate to see a failure. This is an economy that Elon Musk keeps warning is extremely perilous longer term and could easily end up with America going bankrupt. So Trump is doing radical stuff. I get it. The question is, will the way he's going about this, as many economic experts fear, will it blow up in his face and make things a lot worse? It could.
So here's the point, Piers. No one else had the guts, the courage or a plan for how to address this. Getting yourself weaned off of an addiction to cheap crap from China was always going to be difficult. And that is why nobody did anything about it, even though, as you say, Pierce, we all agree that this had to happen. There was no easy way to do that. There was no easy way to get countries around the world who have been fleecing us with their tariffs to suddenly decide, oh, you know what, maybe this is not okay. Maybe we should stop enriching our elites on the backs of the American working class. What Trump did was he actually, it's really amazing. There is now a 10% global tariff, which the world is actually relieved about because it came down from the heights of Liberation Day. Like, do you understand?
That's not true.
Understand what a feat that was? That is seen as an improvement from countries that for decades have been fleecing us with their own tariffs. So this was always going to be hard. I have not heard a single other plan for how to get American manufacturing back to America. And it's just nonsense that Trump hasn't done that. He has $1.5 trillion in manufacturing committed since the day that he took office. Nobody else was able to do that. And to do that, you need a carrot and you need a stick, because American corporations are not suddenly going to wake up and be like, oh, maybe having a sense of what it means to have prosperity for our entire nation is more important than our quarterly reports. That was never going to happen without a little bit of pain.
Okay, I want to wrap things by asking all of you. I want to ask all of you to give Trump a grade. We can have A to E.
I don't give a shit. All right, guys, I gotta wrap it up. I gotta go pick up the wife from work, and that requires me to get heading out. So I'm gonna raid Angry Ginger over on Twitch. You still on? Yep, you still on. Good, good, good. All right. Let's get that done, and then let's do this. There we go. All right, guys. Yeah, peace out. Here, stick around so you guys can raid the Angry Ginger, friend of the show. Oh, so we got one guy over on Twitch. Come on, guys. Yeah, stick around. Let's show him some love. Also, shout out the show when you get there. You know what to do. I will actually be listening and lurking, so.
And boofing K-piles, okay? And a long time ago, back when America was still mildly sane, it used to be a funny bit to talk about Wook hunters. And that was like people out in the wild, out at raves and stuff. They'd take pictures of Wooks in the wild.
All right, yeah, I can't even stick around for that. If he does the shout out, let me know. All righty. I will catch you all tomorrow, 4 o'clock. All right. I appreciate you all sticking around. See you tomorrow.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks.